Yep. Good morning, everybody. It's the June 17th Commissioners meeting. We have a quorum present. Commissioner Hofstadter will not be in attendance today. But we only need 2 people to do business, so we have that. We're going to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to join. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can still sign it. I know Greg says you can still sign it.
Okay, so we have the June 3rd meeting minutes. Did you have any changes from the
No changes.
previous minutes? I don't either. I'll move that we approve.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Next up, we have the payroll from the last period. Do you have any changes or questions there?
No changes.
I'll move that we approve the payroll.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And then we had the voucher register for the claims in the county. I have no changes, do
No
you?
changes.
I'll move that we approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Our first order of business today is JJK Farm LLC has a variance request. We got 2 people. Business goes really fast.
Hey. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I've got this.
Yeah, so we got a big picture of it. So,
Okay.
Bill Kaiser here on behalf of Brandon and Tanda Grossman. They're seeking to work with the county in order to create a parcel for the construction of a residence on their property. We're here to ask about 2 different ways that could happen. There probably are more than 2 ways that this could happen, but running through the ordinance and trying to make certain we're kind of walking our way through what the ordinance allows or requires. So we're looking at the first request that this residence could be constructed on a parcel for a residence would be under section 14C, which has a home exemption for adjacent parcels. The second would be to go back to revise a linking deed they had for some attached property that I call it the Beekler tract, which we used that as an adjoining parcel link, and we could have used an agricultural exemption link, just to make certain that we're not creating some kind of new kind of precedent back to what's happening. So we're just trying to follow the rules. What could happen, right, which we think is the simplest piece, was that you can see that the Brewsters currently own this property right now. It had a,
You're fine. I thought it was one.
yeah, it was constructed prior to 2004, so it's got an exemption parcel. They, under the ordinance, could create another parcel here, which is buildable, allowing at least 1 acre here. So that's allowed this to be a buildable parcel. And then what we'd like to do, this is the JJK Farm, is they would sell this parcel, link it to here, which would allow them to build a home on this property. And they're willing, under the ordinance, there is a provision that says that you can ask that they have a memorandum so they can only have 1 house. So he would not build a house here, he would build a house here. He would execute the memorandum so that you wouldn't have 2 buildable parcels, you only have 1 buildable parcel on a linked parcel. So this would be an adjacent parcel. We think that makes the most sense. You would then we'd be following the ordinance. We signed the memo, so we're not getting a 2 for 1. We're only getting 1 residence, which is what they would like to have.
Okay.
The alternative is that there is a parcel over here, the Beekler parcel, which was part of some prior agricultural buildings. When they bought that parcel over here, and in the deed said it was linked because it's an adjacent parcel. It could have been linked because of the agricultural exemption. We just used the linked parcel. So if you wanted to, we could revise the deed to link it, re-record the deed as the exception to agriculture, and then we can have an adjacent parcel. We could then use this, make this a separate parcel and sell it off to do that too. So it's a little more complicated, but it's still procedurally allowed. I had a conversation with the county attorney about the possibility of either of these ways. They're both legally allowed, back to the question. So our thought was, we're coming through the front door. We want to be transparent in the conversation. We didn't want to have somebody say, well, wait a minute, how did that happen? What's going on? And so we just wanted to come and kind of explain, the two ways we were kind of looking at it and trying to make sure that the commissioners knew what we were doing, and then try to get the blessing that said, hey, we're in agreement. We prefer you, because I know that you're getting a lot of home requests. I mean, the Brosmers are like a lot of people. They want to have the opportunity to keep their kids in the county and build a home and be close. And I think so they're doing this for all the right reasons. This isn't about money. This is about family. And I think so the thought is, okay, let's have a conversation about which procedure may make, or if there's any questions about it. So in the conversation with the county attorney, I think Frank probably talked to him too, probably, that have the conversation. So I think we're here just this morning to ask, for approval, or at least a blessing on the procedure that makes the most sense.
You've been out there, you know exactly where that.
I know exactly where it's at.
Okay, okay.
What is going to be the driveway situation? How's the ingress for that new home?
I'm sorry, Tanner and Brandon Brosmer are here too. I should have introduced that. So
I don't know, let me see.
Yeah.
Because if we approve this part, that doesn't make, there may be another hang up if there's not an appropriate driveway. Or did you look?
This one doesn't show it, I don't know if you guys got your GPS, but I do got a map.
Who owns this?
If I show it.
We have a,
Okay.
Okay. Have it here somewhere.
sorry.
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably never doing this one.
That's
Probably about
that's the
50%.
difference.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick, for your question.
Nice work.
Driveway would be-
Oh, okay.
Okay, between these three, yeah, it's going all the way up to this building right here.
You own the first.
No, the first two are not. These are Kent, these are Kent Kneeses, right, the brothers. And his driveway would be between, right next to that burger house, and extend down to, which is our hay barn. And the house would be right there.
Would come down the Bigfoot Drive.
Yes, come down the Bigfoot track.
Which has an existing driveway through here.
Right, there is a driveway. So the only extension of that driveway would be from the hay barn to this.
This, you turn this around like this, you see this is the way, this is where that house.
Yes.
So it go across.
Maybe
Which is-
100 yards of it.
yeah.
It's just a driveway from here to there, straight through.
So is that another exception?
So, it's from the highway aspect, from the county highway spot, they're going up 1100 existing driveways, we'll go there. The only thing, one request that I got, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they need to have some kind of documented easement.
Yeah, we have to have,
Ingress,
I'm sorry,
egress.
we would definitely have, he has to
To
have.
describe egress.
a Legal easement agreement that would run across that adjacent tract.
Yes.
So it'd be okay.
KKK as well? How do you-
Yeah, we own that whole square there. Right.
The LLC Chapel owns both of those parcels, this large parcel and then what I call the Beekler parcel. So we would have to grant an easement. And what we would generally do is, in connection with the sale of the residence tract, we would also have Brosmers create a legal description for an easement to run from driveway up. Actually, we'd have it run from County Road up into that parcel, so there was access all the way back. We wouldn't rely on the private driveway. We would not rely on the private driveway. We would have an easement that would run up to here, here, and then here. So there's an easement all the way through.
Currently, that driveway is associated with the cemetery, correct?
Yeah.
That is the cemetery.
And there is that property right here, isn't there an actual extra parcel right here? Am I wrong?
You tell me where you want me to click.
Well, is there not another one where the driveway is? My fingers too fast. Right through there. Is that right? So I looked at so many of them, I may be wrong, I thought
Right
there
there,
was,
yes, there's looks like there's
who
a
was that needed to?
trustees for Jared Cemetery.
Okay, that was, I'm assuming you have something, there's,
That would have to be on our first initial.
Right.
of the place.
Right.
It's a long time ago.
right, that was the one, I don't think it's not a hang up from their end, but just something that we need to make sure we get across that, and then you guys get your the transfer of property, you'll need to do this one here, the existing home exemption, then do the
Yeah,
joining.
we have to step that through.
Yeah, but then make sure you got the easement through that piece of property with those guys, and then work your way around.
Yeah.
Not impossible, just
Yeah.
the steps you're gonna have to go through.
No, right, well, yeah, we wanna make sure there's clear access, no matter if mom and dad are around, back to Carson, so that they always, that property has address for the next 50, 100 years.
So why would this parcel not need its own drive, like we require?
Because it's an exemption.
So it's gonna be, it's multiple. It's not just how we're splitting and what we're allowing up there, because generally, because at some point, you're not gonna live in your house, usually your son's not gonna live in his house, 100 years from now.
Right.
Somebody, we're gonna need to make sure that there's a progression that we can sell things.
The access to the property,
It has to have, it has to have its own access, and if we're,
that's why you have to have a legal easement that runs from the county road all the way to the parcel.
That's correct.
so is the easement now from Jacob Cemetery, or is it with Kenese?
Say Jacob Cemetery.
For the first part, yeah,
For that first piece?
right.
So this was if he wanted to do a brand new subdivision back there, he was going through the subdivision ordinance, he can't do it.
We've already circled that, looked at
You
that.
can't subdivide this as a new, this only happens by one of two exemptions, at least one of two exemptions. We stopped that. Well, we go through some of the ones I said, that's too far. It's too far. These first two exemptions are fairly clear. But it does take some work, and and there is a procedure to follow. And to Brent's point, we have to first separate the existing parcel into a buildable parcel, this corner lot. And then after that's recorded, then we have to break this off to make it a linking parcel. And then part of this piece, to your point, we have to have an easement, a separate access easement, legal easement to get to the parcel.
Who's at the end, who's gonna be the owner? What's their
My son, Jacob Grossman.
Jaden? Okay, so Jaden will have appropriate number of acres to get a septic system.
Right.
They'll have, access from the county road through Jacob Cemetery. Then it'll run north and have an easement with JJK
That's right.
To get to the property.
to get to the property.
I'm not saying it's the cleanest thing in the world.
No,
But I'm saying-
these are the kind of things why we don't wanna do it, because what if your son, he has a cholesterol issues, he has a heart attack, how is an ambulance gonna know how to get to him, right? I mean, some of the reasons for these subdivision things are for
That's correct.
wellness and safety of the community, and one of the reasons we started this was there's a property out on Celestine Highway where it's one driveway, 14 mailboxes out front, and there's no way to know so if something's on fire, somebody's hurt, and how do for one, is the driveway gonna allow for a fire truck to get back there or an ambulance? Is it big enough for that? Is it safe? So that's another thing. Again, my base point for every time somebody comes in is I want people to do whatever they want with their own property. So I want that, but I also want to make sure that we're not doing something that's gonna cause problems, or as you said, somebody else said, why would you not grant my subdivision? It's much better than what the Rosemers did up on this thing. They went between two agricultural farms. You counted that as a legal road. I mean, the road is supposed to be what? How big?
Well, if we grant them access to the county road, or if they do a subdivision, which is the reason that they cannot do it, but they have to have 60 feet of road frontage, and then a flag lot, like all that. There's no way, it's impossible to do that in this situation.
What is it, 20 feet?
Well, it's not even theirs though,
Right.
so. Like I said, what they're doing, it's outside the ordinance, but there are conditions in the ordinance for this.
So we're creating another private driveway. It's not a public road.
And if we have to put up 911 signage or whatever, then we would have to do.
I would highly recommend that.
Yeah, I mean,
You had two signs out here, road, and then have one where his driveway takes off and one where your driveway takes off.
Posts or
Yeah.
whatever's got it.
So, and Chad, I'm happy to commit to making 911 signs to make it easier to your question for fire and safety, health and safety.
That's what I have in mind, personal.
What's the topography like where this driveway is that on a hill? I mean, is it flat? And the reason I'm asking is there, what's it like between here and here? What am I looking at? Does it go downhill, uphill, flat?
Down, no, that's actually pretty flat there. It starts raising up a hill, going back to Woodland Hills. So it, going from Kinesis, it dips a little bit, and then it starts going up, but it's quite a bit up here.
Is there no room for access going across here?
There's not, but that might be where we would, but that would have to be driveway wise. It's too steep there, because that pond is there for.
I'm trying to, I'm looking at the topography, I think you're right.
I've done actually mow that for Kinesis, and it's pretty steep on the backside of those two buildings. With my driveway, it's too squirrely.
Mm.
Down there by the.
Okay, that's why I was asking about what it
It's
looks
too
like.
squirrely, my four-wheel drive tractor I mow, but it's too much for a driveway.
So this is a cemetery here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that acre there is the cemetery. They keep it mowed and that was a 70 years. It's a old cemetery.
Commissioner, what do you think? Whenever I first reviewed it and I got your email, I thought, okay, this seems like a pretty cut and dry thing, and then when I'm hearing about the driveway in this situation, it seems a little ugly.
I trust Brent's opinion.
I really, as long as they get the easements, it's the same as we do a parcelization, they do a parcelization off the county road, you know, they've got to get an easement to it. So as long as they do their homework and get the easement across the cemetery and then turn around and give it, which that's yours, so that should be easy to do. I don't see a problem. It's not ideal, but it is, we do it. If they do a parcelization, we allow it to grant it.
But again, if Mr. Pettis came in with another client and they had 10 acres back here and they had this much road frontage up here, we wouldn't allow it. Right, they wanted to
To do a subdivision.
to a subdivision or
Yeah,
to
right.
do something like that, we wouldn't allow it. They'd have to have their frontage.
You got the grant, case by case basis, unfortunately.
We
Heck,
do,
it even seems like it'd be cleaner if it was just straight in and one road went to both residences, but this is split between the buildings, this is odd. You don't have options, you don't have options. So what exceptions would we have? Would it be the frontage exception, and we'd have this,
Yeah, well, okay, so yes, you would have the road frontage exemption, yeah, you'd have to grant that. You'd have the existing home exemption, that's how you transfer the beginning of the parcel split. Then you would do a joining property owner exemption, that's how you get the second split for the house. And then in your deeds, I would recommend, or would like to see that one house, you know what I mean, like.
Yeah.
If you cross the property, well, you put it in there, that way it's only one house.
Yeah, always be one.
and I think as part of the, we would make as part of the commitment that we have a separate legal easement.
Yeah.
You know, from the county road to the parcel. I mean, if we could, Bruce wants to get out there, Chad, and look. I mean, I think this is because of the way the road runs and over, and that's not to say those buildings are always gonna be there either, right? I mean, that's another question. I mean, it may look odd now because there's a building there, but 20 years, 30 years, the buildings may be gone, and then something else may happen to that hayfield, I don't know.
so when we get to the north side of your property, Mr. Brooks, we're up here, you're saying this is the high point,
Yes,
and then it starts going down again?
no, it goes up.
Oh, it goes up, okay.
By our neighbor's property, I think there's 20 acres there.
That this is safe versus to drive up. That's good.
It's all flat. And it's 10 foot wide, the driveway, so the house would be a little over 10 foot wide, actually. The driveway's actually over 10 foot wide to go through there, the existing driveway that's there now. But it is all flat.
Brent, what's the rule on the driveway? Does the driveway have to be so many feet wide? Does it have to be a certain material?
No, we do not have restrictions on driveway.
On a private property.
Private driveway, we do not have. If they
So
want
again,
to bring it up to
they're
the
putting their
county,
own life and life risk.
if they want to bring it up to the county standards and the county accepts it, that's what we have, that's what we step in and say they have to have this, this, and this. But it's their driveway, if they want to have a grass drive, that's clear, obviously most people don't, but.
The other thing, if this was a bigger lake, and there's a bunch of parcels around it, they were going to build on them, then we would have a county.
Then we'd have-
to it.
Yeah,
And it would be 60 feet wide.
Yeah.
With the egress. So what was the purpose of sending us this deed? There's a deed of transfer.
Because the alternative, Chad, would be to, the Beekler property was attached vis-a-vis a adjacent parcel linkage. We could convert that to a agricultural exemption, so even if we broke the linkage off, you know what I'm saying? To allow that to be an agricultural exemption, agriculture still works there, you know, because it wouldn't be adjacent, so he bought, they, so I can't really think about it. So it turned out, I'm sorry, so it turned out is that we transferred this parcel, so it wouldn't be adjacent anymore, JJK parcel, then this became their son's parcel. It would not, adjacent wouldn't work, but it would still be agriculture. So that was the thought, is we could break the linkage to agriculture, because they use it for agriculture, then we could sell this parcel off, you know, and have it a parcel that's still separate for construction of a residence. I mean, it doesn't change the circumstance of having a house and a driveway and all the questions we're asking. It was just an additional approach if we didn't want to go through the 2004 exemption and the linking exemption. Just a matter.
From our prior ordinance, what we would have done here was that this is a farm exemption probably, right? Because they farm the adjoining two parcels, they're gonna cut one piece off for a family member.
Family farm exemption had, you're asking.
Don't worry about it, I'm just. I wanna be able to make it happen, but I don't wanna cause the board any future problems, and I don't want there to be any health or safety issues, so.
When we do have the bound line for this, which I think is the clearest, is that's why we thought the first is 2004 is a pretty clear exemption, right? This says, hey, look, if you want to break it off, you can break it off, right? Which is breaking off your first piece, and then we're doing the link. So, and it's limited to one house. So we could build a house. The fact of the matter is, we wouldn't be sitting here and asking this question if all we were doing was saying, they're going to take this parcel, which has a 2004, and they're breaking this off to put a house here. Clearly under the ordinance. We're just going one step far to link this over. And so that gets a little different, you know, to link this through. So the fact is, we can build a house here no matter what, 2004. We're just asking and saying, we want to be clear, we're building a house over here on this linked parcel. And
We'd still have a road issue on that part.
yeah, we still have a road issue. I mean, I guess I go through that, but the fact is that this is pretty clear. This is black and white. We wouldn't be talking, but because we're linking a parcel because of this parcel, so we're asking another exemption or exception back to the question. But we're still going to limit. We could still by commitment limit to one house. So really the question is, are we building a house here or building a house here? We still got a driveway question.
So do we believe that today you're kind of getting our consent? And we would say, yes, and these exceptions
We're
are
just
going to be
trying-
okay, and then you will write it up.
Yes.
And
I mean,
and then we will look at that to make sure that everything that we've discussed today is.
The basis exemptions, they don't have to come before you guys the second time. They're getting their blessing saying, hey, make sure everybody's on board.
we can send it to Brandon,
Yeah,
the
this-
county attorney, and make sure that we're doing what we told you.
Yes.
And that's the whole idea, is that we're coming through the front door. We want to make sure that we're having this conversation, that
Yeah.
somebody's not saying, well, what the hell happened over at Grocer's? You know, like,
They're not trying to sneak one back. Yeah, I completely agree. This is the best way of doing this, is appreciate of mine. That, hey, this is what we want to do. This is, well, and they're right. So the driveways are the thing, but they promised to make.
we're happy to commit to that driveway question and to commit to one resident, so that we don't say something, oh, we built a house here, but we still had a parcel here.
Correct.
And nobody looks around and says, oh, we had a 2004 exemption. That's not what we do. We're not trying to go fast when they get to
Just so you know, if you did the existing home, let's say you did build one here, if you did the adjacent property owner, it does say in our ordinance you cannot build on that adjacent. If you already.
Right. But I think we're
Yeah.
again, somebody's got to look at the rule, know what the rule is. I mean, that's the
Completely
question.
agree.
So it's better to say, to be clear about the fact that they were.
Look at here.
So is again, just to clarify again, in your estimation, there'd be an exception for the road rule? The driveway rule?
There's not. They're not doing a subdivision. The parcel, if you did a parcelization, or if they had 40 acres, and they just gave us on 10 acres out here, let's say it's a 40-acre parcel, and they gave it 10 acres over here, and they were gonna utilize the existing driveway, I got no say in the matter. It's frowned upon. It's, you know, unless they don't sign it properly, then it's not a great idea. They sign it properly, it's fine. That's what I'm saying, is we don't always have a say in the having access to the county road. It's only if they subdivide and create multiple parcels off of one, then they have to have access.
Yeah, I mean, we've got it, this is an automatic exemption, but it is an exemption for 2004. And then there's a linkage exemption that we're having, and then we have to come up with the easement in order to give access. Otherwise, we're gonna impair this parcel for future access, right? It doesn't make sense.
So again, I'm just trying to make sure whatever we tell you today
Yeah.
gives you the authority if we agree to do
I
it.
appreciate that.
Whatever it is makes it clean enough that this gets done, and we both have the same expectations. So is it the adjoining landowner exemption? Is that what
I guess we're committing and asking that we're gonna use the 2004 exemption for the house that existed before that we can take it off. And then this linking adjacent parcel exemption is the two exemptions that we need in order to build the house. And on this, I guess, basically to clear, we're running that back. And then we would, Chad, in addition to that, commit to making sure we have a legal easement to access it, and a commitment that only one residence would be built on these two tracks.
Okay, do you have any other questions or
No,
concerns there?
No, I don't. No, I'm good.
Next, my concern is how do we say it so that it gets in the minutes properly?
Is this proposal A or proposal B?
This is proposal A. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Because I have two of them in your.
No, I know,
I'm
this
like,
feels
okay.
like, I just was trying to give heads up about what was,
So B is out.
B is out. I think B is a much more complicated.
I think it is cleaner.
It is much cleaner. It's much more straightforward too. I don't think we need a frontage exemption.
No.
Yeah.
I was hoping to review it one more time before
I mean, I'm happy to type it up and send it over to clarify, to make it, because I think we want to be clear,
Right.
about that, so that when it comes back to you, you can see the documentation that we, the documents, right? I mean, I think our thought is run all the documents through to send them over to the commissioners and to the county attorney and to Brent, so they can see those documents. I mean, we want to show the easement, we want to show the deeds. Not a problem, because it all has to happen.
Yeah.
My
And I've talked to Greg,
I
he's,
just covered
This-
We talked on Thursday, we had a long conversation about it.
yes. And this started as a conversation, and then it got a little complicated, and then Grossmans came and said, hey, we'd like to make sure we're doing the right thing. And then we talked to Grossmans, then we talked to Greg too, and then Brent got over, and they had a conversation. So I think this is one of the things we just said, hey, look, let's make sure we're following the right rule, and somebody doesn't start something and say, hey, we weren't quite right, or we missed something.
So again, this locks you out of building anything else there, according to how that's
right.
written up.
That's right.
So so this parcel, 2004, is the one that's part of 2004 exemption parcel. This
Yes.
gets split, that goes to Sun.
Yes,
Sun also then
buys this,
buys
and
that.
that links.
I don't like the driveway, but the rest of it I'm okay with. I mean, so if you're looking at it, if the driveway isn't something we have it written up that we have a say in it, then
That's correct, we don't.
okay. If this being the case, we're gonna require that there's a legal easement from the
County road.
county road through whichever
Parcel.
means that is, if it has to go through Kenese or through the cemetery, and we will, I'll move to approve proposal A
A second.
in addition to that. Is there any other discussion from anybody here?
Where is this property? What township?
Oh,
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
Your
you for
understanding.
walking through that with us.
Yeah, no,
Step by step.
and I appreciate, Brent,
Really,
your
Mr.
time too.
just, I just hope that you make the property as safe as possible for
and we will.
God forbid something bad happens.
Right.
That's what I would worry about. When we approve something that is a little different.
Yeah. Keep in mind, it's his family as well, so we'll make sure it's safe. I'm sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
thank
Andy.
you guys.
Good way to start us off today. Get our
So do I need to
government
say
blood going.
Do I need to say anything about legal easement or?
Yes,
Blood
we're
flowing.
requiring a legal easement, and then we approve proposal A as it was written. Solid waste management. We have a 2025 budget request.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Carla Striegel Winter with Du Bois County Solid Waste Management District. So our solid waste management district, which is a separate political subdivision from the county, did approve our 2025 budget this morning at our meeting. And the majority of our funding comes through the county. So our board asked that we request for our budget for 2025 from Du Bois County the amount of $258,000, which is the exact same amount that we made last year and were approved for.
Okay. I think both of the commissioners are familiar with the budget, and I have no problem moving it forward to the county council for their final approval. Do you?
Absolutely, no problem.
Okay, I'll move that we approve the 2025 budget request from Solid Waste.
And what's that amount again?
$258,000.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. Anything else you'd like to share today?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Carla's good. She got us right back on schedule.
Thanks, Carla.
Okay, for 9 o'clock, we have Life Springs 2025 budget request.
Everything to do with the meeting, we have proof.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I do have our reports, and we have a county, Du Bois County report that we give to DMHA that our executive team puts together. So I have all those stats and data in here as well. So who all,
South, Commissioner Hostetter isn't here today.
you want me to leave one here for?
Yes, if you have one.
Yeah.
Do you need one? You want to look for one?
If you have an extra.
Yeah, I made several because I wasn't sure. There you go.
Okay, so we're gonna kind of go over that with us, or is that just for our information to read on our own?
I will be mindful of time and try to go over it very quickly, and then you can ask questions. I'll try to give a brief overview of LifeSpring and our services that we've done, and I'll try to put a little bit more focus on some of the new things that have been going on over the last year. So we serve 11 counties, and Du Bois County is one of those 11 counties. We provide a lot of diverse, different programming here in Du Bois County. And I know in some of our other rural counties, they certainly don't have as much different programming as we do. So there's a lot. So I will try to go through it quickly. So we serve age 5 and older. We do have the adult day treatment services in our facility. That is, we call it our client activity center. So individuals with chronic mental illness that are needing to build skills. Some of them may be coming from our transitional group homes in the community. Some are just community members that have been able to move out and be independent, but still need to work on building those skills. So we offer that during the day, Monday through Friday, and do a lot of different groups and activities in there. So we still provide that. We have, as far as our youth services, we do a lot of school-based services with our youth. We can have up to 6 care managers that will go out into the community, work with individuals and their families in the home, work with the parents as well as the kids. We also go into the schools and work with the students in the school and collaborate with the different school personnel there. We do have school-based therapy as well in this county. And last year we provided that to 2 different schools, Northeast Du Bois and Southwest Du Bois. And that has been going well in those schools. I know that specifically the Southwest, we have a pretty large caseload out there that the therapist out there has been working with and has been very helpful. I think it breaks down a lot of barriers, and it also just barriers as far as transportation and getting students and families to come in from Huntingburg area out here. For individuals who may not have transportation, or even removing them from school for a period of time, they're out for a little bit less when we're able to be there at the school. We can collaborate a lot more with the school social workers there. And so it's just worked really, really well, especially out in that school area. We have the adult transitional group living. So we have 4 group homes. 3 of them are here in Jasper. 1 is in Huntingburg. And so 2 of those are 10-bed, and I think 2 of them are 6 beds. And so we have individuals, sometimes they're coming out of the state hospital facilities that are ready to start working on skills and be in the community. Sometimes it's individuals to help prevent them from getting to that level of care where they'll come and stay in our group home. Our goal is to help them build those skills so they can get back to independent living.
Is there anyone there that is long-term or are they short-term?
The goal is always to help them get out, but we do have people that have been there for quite a while.
I mean, is it permanent?
That's hard to say because things can always change, but I know we've had some people there who have probably been there for years. Yeah. And it definitely is still a much better alternative from having to go into a state hospital facility long-term, so.
So it's called transitional because that's the goal.
It's the
It
goal.
doesn't always.
And we have, and part of it being transitional versus supported is our goal is to have staff there all the time, but it does not have to be 24 hours. So we have someone on call all the time. We usually have staff there on most of the shifts 24/7, but there are times that we may have somebody not there. And our individuals that are there in those homes are able to be okay in a transitional setting like that. We continue to offer individual and group therapy, family therapy to age 5 and older. And we use evidence-based practices for all of that. One of our big goals in 2023 was to continue training staff that haven't been trained in EMDR, which is trauma therapy. It's eye movement, desensitization, and reprocessing. And it's meant to be a lot more of a brief treatment form. We've been able to use it not just for pretty significant trauma, but even some light anxiety. And sometimes it only takes a couple of sessions and somebody feels it just changes things for them very quickly. And so we have had 4 more therapists trained in that in 2023. Hoping to get our last couple that were newer therapists, and they've been with us for about a year now, that are going to be looking at getting trained in this next year. We've seen a lot of success with that practice. As far as substance use programming, we have everything from, and I'm going to go into this a little bit more later, but as we do have the New Hope Center going up. So that's why I'm going to reference that here in a little bit, because that's still kind of a new thing because we haven't officially opened those doors. But that is an assessment to determining which level of care a person needs from ASAM, which is the American Society of Addiction Medicine. And I will have a diagram, I think, in one of your handouts as well, that kind of shows from a 0 to a 4 what those different levels of care are. So a 0 is going to be more of the education programming, and we still provide some of that. We have provided Crime for Life, I know, in a couple of the schools in the spring of 2023. We're looking to be able to do that again this next year. There is also a lot of different programming and educational things. Our training department has one in and provided in the school setting, and for not just students, but also for teachers that provide some of that education level and prevention. And then it kind of moves into more treatment options, which is in that level 1. And then a level 2 is more of an intensive outpatient treatment. So as far as our just regular outpatient, we have a lot of, aside from individual, a lot of different groups. We provide the Matrix program, we have DBT and the 12 steps. We have started in 2023 IDDT, which is more for dual diagnosis. So it's really looking at individuals that may have chronic mental illness, but also substance use. And so they need a little bit different of a program. And those individuals a lot of times have been in our group homes and have also been in that day treatment program. So we started that in 2023.
What does DBT stand for?
DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy. So it's really looking at skills and building those healthy skills for a person to be able to manage better. Some mindfulness and just different ways of thinking and changing the way your thoughts are, and how you look at the world. We have had IoT, which I know we started that in 2021. That's an intensive outpatient treatment. So that meets 3 times a week for 3 hours each time. We did put that on hold during a portion of 2023 due to you have to meet that assessment requirement and be authorized for that group based on that ASAM assessment. And oftentimes we have individuals who also can't dedicate that full amount of time to that group because we have a lot of people who work as well. We do a really good job in this community helping get people back into the workforce too. So that has been on hold because of referrals and people being able to come into that group consistently. I do see that changing as we collaborate with Hope Center being opened, and I see that as a step down from Hope Center as people are going from that residential treatment. So I know that's something we've talked about is being able to get that going within this next year, certainly.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I know I'm asking you, but
No, you're
I'm
fine.
interested in these things. So the intensive outpatient though, so if a person has a problem, let's say it's a alcohol addiction, alcohol problem, their solution could be do nothing. It seems like like a scheduled meeting with somebody, a next level up would be the intensive outpatient, right? I mean, that would keep them from having to go to a residential facility someplace. Potentially, right? I mean, if that program was open, so if I said I don't want to lose my job, I don't want to leave the community, am I looking at that the stepwise? Would IoT be that next step up from just like an individual counseling?
If they are kind of looking between that and potentially if that doesn't happen, having to go into a residential setting, then that could be that step. Our outpatient groups are kind of that in between individual, just doing individual. Usually any of those programmings, you're seeing an individual therapist as well as a peer recovery specialist as well. But some of our other groups like Matrix meets twice a week and it's a step down. So it starts as 2 hours and steps down to 1 hour. Our DBT group meets once a week. So we have the IDDT meets once a week. And then we started as well an aftercare group because we had a lot of individuals that were going through Matrix in the 12 DBT in the 12 steps, and they were wanting to continuously repeat the whole 2021 session model. And so we created an aftercare group that they could continue attending even afterwards because they still needed that support. So there is that group structure and support still in place with some of those other outpatients. IoT is a little bit more intense since it's 9 hours a week.
But it seems like we're always talking about how do we break down the barriers? What is it that make people say no to treatment? And sometimes saying no to treatment means I'm not going to leave town or I'm not going to Bloomington, God forbid, or Evansville. So to me, it sounds like if I was an employer, I wanted to keep my employee here, give them those 9 hours a week to do. I'm surprised that it doesn't have more utilization.
I would say before we had to kind of put it on hold for a little bit in hopes that once Hope Center opens that it's going to be a lot easier to maintain that. We would have like 6 different people that we filled out that ASAM criteria. It's a pretty extensive assessment that looks at 6 different dimensions to see if that's the right level of care for somebody. And if there is insurance involved, that gets sent to insurance as well. For authorization, if it's needed and that person is wanting that level of treatment regardless of insurance, we've still allowed that certainly for them to come in there. And I would say if we had 6 people we sent off, we might have one person that says, okay, I am gonna do this. And then they can't come 1 or 2 times, and then something changes and they kind of shift out. So it's been hard to kind of maintain that, where I do see, since, because you're right, people want somewhere in the county versus going outside. And so we've had a ton of calls already, and with current clients and people that are not clients, of really being interested in Hope Center opening. And I really foresee that someone who's taking that time to really work on themselves in Hope Center, that is going to be the next step, going from that kind of intensive programming back into like an intensive outpatient treatment for 9 hours. So I'm hoping, my hope for the next year is I do foresee, and I know we've seen that in Jeffersonville, where they partner with their Training Point Center and their outpatient center that's right there, and it's been able to be maintained a lot better.
I agree with you too on the post-treatment care,
Mhm.
keeping those connections with that is usually
Mhm.
people that I've seen be successful.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise you're back on your own again. You've had all that support, you do really well under that structure, and then now it's just me again.
Yeah.
Alone in this house, and all my problems, some of my problems don't make me here.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's kind of a shock to your system to go from something 24/7, getting that support and care with your treatment, into going complete outpatient. So that 9 hours is really going to be a huge shift, I think, that people are going to be able to have.
And it's no different than people that are under the judge's thumb too.
Mhm.
They do really good under that structure, then they get off. And
Yep.
ongoing care for a disease is important.
Absolutely. And since we're talking about that, I know our future, being more in that level 3 of the ASAM, is going to be the Residential Treatment Center, which is Hope Center. We have it ready to go. It's built. It's beautiful. We have staff hired and ready to go. I think it was even back in February or March was supposed to be our date to open, and we had DMHA that we heard back regarding certification, and we're still waiting on Medicaid. So that's the one piece that we're waiting on being able to open, is the certification for Medicaid. So it should be here any day. Our clinical manager, Dr. Kerm, is out on vacation this week. And I said, you're out on vacation. We're going to hear it this week. And then I'll be opening it for you.
So with that, you said, so it's not open at all?
And it's not yet, because we have to have that certification in order to open it for Medicaid.
If everybody was cash pay, then it could open?
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah. I don't know if it's still a requirement just because of us being a community mental health center. Yeah.
Because even maybe if your first 10 clients are cash,
Yeah.
the next ones may not be getting people ready for that.
I'm assuming we still have to have it all, because I think we've asked all the questions and tried all the loopholes, and we're just kind of waiting.
Makes sense. It's
So-
unfortunate, but it makes sense.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. And we've had a lot of people reach out, and so I don't know what it'll look like when we do open. I'm really excited. It is a 3.5, so it'll be a pretty intensive treatment within that facility. A level 4 is more of a locked facility, and that's more of what the hospital would do. And then, so they may even have people that they start off on that level at the hospital and detox, and then be able to come back into our Hope Center. And there is no set amount of days. It's really based on that level of care of what they need. So there's some people that could need a week. There's some people that could need 3 months, just depending on where they're at. So I'm really excited.
It's not 28 days for everybody.
Nope. Everyone's treatment looks different. So sometimes having too long or too short could be damaging to someone's recovery. So yeah. Do you have any other questions on the Hope Center?
No, I
I'm going to walk out of here today, and I'm going to have an email that it's.
Congratulations, you are approved.
I'm sure there will be a lot of news blasts and stuff posted once it does open, so you will hear about it. We do have peer recovery specialists as well that work with our substance use population, as well as mental health, because you can have peer recovery specialists that are focused on substance use as well as just general mental health. Those are individuals that have went through certification and have went through their own treatment and are in recovery themselves. And so they're helping others side by side with the interdisciplinary team that we have. And they've been wonderful. We now have 2 in our outpatient, just general outpatient services. And then we actually have 2 peers in our mobile crisis team as well. And so I'll talk about that here in a moment. And then Hope Center will also have peer recovery specialists involved.
When you say 2, is that 2 in Du Bois County?
Yep, that's just for Du Bois County. And when I say mobile crisis is located here in Du Bois County. But we serve all of the original Southern Hills counties for that Western Division. So it's Orange, Crawford, Perry, Spencer, and Du Bois. And but they are located, their office is physically on site with us, but they could respond to any of the other counties as well. And I guess maybe I'll just go to that then. So I know mobile crisis is something I think last year that we were just, has been in some of our other counties within LifeSpring, but was going to be new to Du Bois County in 2023. And I believe we started that in June, and it has been, I feel like, pretty amazing. They're a team that is 24/7 crisis response. Someone can call the number, and I had put it in the report as well, the crisis line number. They'll talk to a team member. If it can be resolved and helped with over the phone, then that's great. If not, and we need somebody and it's safe and we need somebody to deploy out, we have teams of 2 that will actually go out to those individuals. And we've used this in our office for situations that have happened with some of our current clients. Maybe they came in for a doctor's appointment and we're realizing that we need some extra assistance and help. Sometimes it's somebody who is out in the community that has never had any treatment contact at all before. And I know that their number, since we have started here in the Western Division, has certainly increased. I know they get well over 100 calls a month. And they've done a lot of different things, from just going out, and maybe that could be helpful. They've helped take people to the hospital, for them to feel comfortable going to the hospital on their own and wanting that help. Sometimes it's been someone with in recovery that's really needing to get into a residential facility to help recover from substances. And so since we don't have Hope Center open right now, they've actually driven people out to Turning Point Center before to help get them out there. We also have in Turning Point Center, and probably will come in the future for Hope Center, is a crisis stabilization unit, which is basically if somebody doesn't meet quite that criteria for the hospital to be hospitalized, but they still aren't feeling good enough to go home, and maybe they don't have a home, and maybe they're still feeling kind of in crisis. Then there's the stabilization unit at Turning Point Center, where for 24 hours we can put a pause on life and help get you resources and figure out what your next steps are. And they have 24/7 staff that are in there with them and helping them figure that out. So I know we've taken some folks over to that unit as well, which has been very helpful. And it's voluntary, it's not locked, so they come out there on their own to help us, or us to help them get some resources.
Can law enforcement use the crisis support line?
Yeah,
You know what I
absolutely.
mean?
Yep.
Not for their personal use, but if they go on site and say, not really a crime been committed here, but it looks like this person may need some services that we are capable of. That's one of the reasons for it. Right?
Yep, absolutely. And I know one of our mobile crisis team members has shared that with me, that she has actually spoken with a few of the officers and has that connection where they will reach out to her sometimes directly. Yeah. Yep. Let's see, what else? I know we still have our pharmacy on site. We still do case management services with adults as well as kids that need those supportive services out in the community and in their homes. Another thing that was new and started in December 2023, which I think is just awesome, is our with our primary care that we have on site. One of our nurse practitioners really wanted to do something to help with homelessness. And so on her own, she put together the homeless closet, There's flyers for that and little tear off tabs in our building and some in other places as well. Anyone can donate to it. And so I know when I asked her, I think it was in April, she said that her alone, and there's several other staff back there, but she's given out 20 bags to people of items that people needed. And it could be clothing, essentials, blankets. I know in the winter that's a big thing, trying to find blankets and jackets and things. Could be food items for somebody, personal hygiene stuff. Some people have even came back and said thank you, and here's some other ideas that could be helpful, like reusable water bottles, which we hadn't thought about initially. So she has really spearheaded that, and it's kind of all voluntary through the staff that they're doing there, but it's been pretty amazing. I know that they've even had people come back and just really share, just thank you. No one's taken advantage of it, and they've just said thank you. It helped me kind of not have to think about this for a minute so I could focus on this other things, because I knew I had food for the next few days. The one thing I know they ask a lot about is more housing. And we don't have really emergency housing options here in this county, but we certainly have resources that we try to give them to other counties and try to connect them and help them in that way as well. So one of our nurse practitioners started that, and she did. It's just really grown. It's been amazing. We still do a lot of community outreach and education just throughout the community. I know we've had different we've had a diversity thing going for a little bit that we've sent out that anyone could attend, but we do a lot with the schools. We can do different trainings and education for law enforcement if there was a need that they had. So I think we've communicated with the hospital before on some things. So our training department has reached out a lot. We also have a lot of what we've seen a big growth in this last year is certainly with internships, because I know licensed clinical social workers are a little bit of a shortage, and that's hurt a lot. This year it was hard because I had to say, we have to find you a different office because we can't take everyone in Jasper. Because we had 4 current staff and 1 that is going to be coming on as a staff, and all of them wanted to grow in the field and go for their MSW, which is amazing. So we have 5 people going to school in the fall. So we've seen that grow, and I just see that as being a really huge thing for our community, because there are folks that want to stay here, and they're actually going to be doing part-time work while they do a part-time internship with us. So talked about that. We work with a lot of different community partners, go to a lot of community meetings. So I don't know if you have other questions. I know I've been up here for a while.
Nope. No, we can keep moving.
All right.
You're good.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know if did you want to go over the county report?
The data, you guys can look at that.
Okay.
Certainly. This has a breakdown of where some of our referrals come from. It has based on insurance and what we see, the number of clients that we have, and the breakdown of what that looks like for age and diagnosis. So it has all of that. I know that on here, it's the first page in here, says that we had 1,209 individual patients that were served, individually unique patients. But any given month, it is a lot. It's a lot. We've had up to 850 a month that are open. This last month, we had 790. So we have a lot of individuals we're still serving from month to month.
You said that's 1,290 unique individuals?
Unique ones. Mm-hmm.
So those same people may have 5 sessions or 12 sessions
Correct.
or 1 session.
They could be coming for 6 months.
Sure.
Or they could have came and then completed and left treatment services and then came back again too later.
1,200 doesn't sound unreasonable
Mm-hmm.
until you recognize that they could have been here 6 times.
Yes, absolutely.
Got it. That's great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So do you have a budget amount to share with us, or do you know what that is?
I think we won't know that till July when the Department of Local Government Finance sets that, so we'll just use whatever number the state gives us.
I think that's state.
I mean, it's by some formula,
Correct.
but they also credit our levy for that amount, so.
Mrs. Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's continue. Next up will be Jenny Mott. Owner occupied rehabilitation radon inspector quotes. I believe what we're discussing.
A mouthful. Good morning, Jenny Mott, ICU 15 Regional Planning Commission. Friday, there were 2 Zoom interviews held for radon inspectors. We had 2 proposals submitted. The first was First Choice Home Inspections, doing business as Innovative Radon Solutions, and Vet Environmental. We had 5 reviewers on our committee. We had 2 separate Zoom interviews, but just a couple of hiccups. We made it. We made it. And after tallying all the scores that have been submitted, it does appear that First Choice Home Solutions or Innovative Radon Solutions was our higher scoring firm. So with your permission, I would like to move forward with getting a contract together. It's great on vacation all week or.
I believe so.
Okay, so once we have that, I'll have it submitted to him for review. Do you want to do a motion now to sign it when he gets back and approve it before the next
Yes,
meeting?
definitely.
So that we can get moving on those.
No, I believe that I don't have any further questions about the quotes or the process. How about you, Commissioner?
I will let you know the First Choice Home Solutions is local. They are out of Hopewell. And the other one, that is out of Bloomington. So there were some good questions. We had some good information, both of them. They're both, I believe, very good firms. But looking at the scoring, I think the county chose the best fit for them. So.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that we accept the selection that the group came up with as First Choice for the radon inspector work for the owner occupied rehabilitation service.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Do you want to do a motion to sign that outside of a meeting?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've approved it, so we can sign it outside.
Okay,
of
and
the
then I
meeting.
will get that sent to you as well as a letter to both firms. We do have to send one to the firm that was not selected, so I'll send that to you for signature to send on to them.
They seem like a great firm.
They did,
It
they
didn't
did.
seem like the best fit for,
They didn't,
well,
but
my
they-
voting, they were 10 points different or something, so.
They do great work, and I think they do great for their area, but I think the county chose well for Du Bois County, so.
County and the city,
Yes, that's
City of
right.
Jasper is a partner on the
Yes.
owner occupied rehabilitation, so we appreciate their efforts as well.
And just to note, we have 39 homes that have been sent out for their initial inspection. Our inspector was out on vacation last week, but we are through about almost 30 of those. So we're getting very close to being able to bid. He has bid specs prepared for all those homes. And once we get some radon inspections done, we can get those out to bid. So we are moving forward quickly. And things are going well. And the TRICAP application is going in this week. Molly made some final adjustments to her budget. So we got some news that was very unexpected, but good thing for them. So we are gonna be able to submit a great budget for them.
Fantastic, so we'll talk to you again soon.
Yes,
I'm
thank
sure.
you so much, and I'll be in contact with you with letters and a contract as soon as strikes back.
That sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, 9:30, Annex Security Speakers.
So I was here a couple weeks ago.
For the record, who are you?
I'm sorry, I'm Tammy Hubbard, Du
Thank you.
Bois County Emergency Manager.
Thank you.
I'm here you asked me to get a quote on just adding an additional speaker instead of moving a speaker. And I did that, and the new expense, it was $425 for just to move it. And it's $575 to add a speaker, so it's a difference of $150. So it's up to you guys how you wanna, which quote you want me to go with and how you wanna do that. And just as a refresher, it's, now that I've moved out of the basement, the worry was there was no way for anyone out in the break room area to know what was actually going on. This would just give them that additional speaker out there.
And where does the money come from for this?
Would come out of commissioners as far as that's how we did the last speakers.
Do we,
Pretty sure we
do
do.
we have building maintenance money?
We have some building maintenance, but we could also use some local, travel money, we have a little bit of that left.
Yeah.
Local one?
At LATCF.
Oh, sure. So you're not concerned that we'll find the funds, or they're available without bothering the council again?
I'm looking at Mike, but I'm assuming we want to use some of that money to get it spent.
Okay, so I think it's a better idea to, as we mentioned before, to keep the speaker in the existing location, put another speaker in the hallway. I mean, I don't understand how the system works. It doesn't, when you add another speaker, it doesn't do any harm with the rest of the system.
No, it just gives you an additional notification in a different area, so it's all based on nothing's gonna change, it's just gonna give a little more for those people that are down there in that area. When a tornado warning is issued, for example, I'll just use that one, everyone in the county, in this building, county annex building, comes to that little break room area,
Mhm.
but there's no speaker in there. Never was needed before because I was right inside the door and I could say, hey, everything's good, you guys can go back upstairs or whatnot. So now, when they come down, they'll actually hear the clear or whatever might come across the annex speakers.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to accept the proposal for $575 from Astro to add a speaker to the annex basement lobby.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And there's a signed copy of that. And I think, Sadie can help guide you through which,
Yeah.
where we're.
And I'll get with Scott, I'll let Scott know that, I'll call Doug and have him work with Scott direct to get it done.
Okay, why don't you sign, you can keep that and give it to Doug, and sign
Okay.
that one for me, and then we'll have to.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, so the Sheriff Kleinhelder's up next. The agenda item says courthouse security and Johnson Patrol Service proposal. I don't think we're gonna really discuss the Johnson Patrol Service proposal. We've kind of taken care of that outside of the meeting. We're looking at other options there, but if you'd like to come up, Sheriff, talk about the courthouse security.
I would. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I'm gonna give you this, I did send these same things on email, but just in case you haven't read them, I'll let Jake answer them real quick. Courthouse security has been an ongoing issue for quite some time. And we've had numerous courthouse staffing meetings. The security team has met numerous times. We actually did a employee survey about what we feel is the lack of courthouse security. There's two security officers, to give you a brief update, there's two security officers in the courthouse. And years ago, when one of them would take off, we would always have somebody else to send down there. We no longer have that manpower to do that in the jail. And we feel that it's time now to make them their own entity. So that they would just be for the courthouse and the annex buildings, that's it. They're not gonna be jail officers anymore, it's just gonna be that entity. We also would like to, the security team came together, came up with some different things that we wanted. More, as you come in the front door, bag scanning, metal detection. Several of the people, Amanda, a couple of deputies went to other counties to look at their courthouses, see the security. The judges will tell you all the security when they go to different counties and everything. So we took all that into consideration to make our proposal. And my proposal to you is going to be to add 2 more officers so that you always have someone at the front door to have bag scanning, metal detection, and then have at least 1 or 2 that can roam the building, that goes to the courtrooms, up to the probation, to the annex building over here, different things like that. And the reason we went with 4 is because we really can't do it with less than 2. So you gotta have that relief factor, so that when there's a lot of vacation time, so that when that person is off vacation, there's at least 3. Well, if somebody calls in sick, at least you have 2. You can get by with a day or 2 of doing it with 2 people, but you can't get by with that for a long term. So if that something comes up to have long term, we'd have to make different arrangements, and we could do that. But I think as we go into it, knowing now, we would say that there's 4 people designated to the courthouse. 1 person is going to be at the bag scanning, body detection, period. That's their job. They stay there. May not be the same person all day long, but one person is going to be there. So that a couple of weeks ago when we had an emergency alarm up on the 3rd floor, nobody was there to man the front door. Amanda was there all by herself. She was in drug court at the time. She was on her way up there when the alarm sounded. Nobody was at the front door, so the front door stayed open. So people were coming and going, and nobody knew what was going on, how to relay it. So when something like that happens, you need somebody at that front door to lock that door. Nobody can leave, nobody can go until we get the situation resolved. Just having bag detection and body scanner there would let the staff, and I talk to the staff, the whole courthouse, know that there is a very high probability that at least they may just be vocal and angry, but they're not going to pull out a gun or a knife. You know, that would hopefully relieve a lot of stress and tension to the staff, and that's our primary goal, is to make our staff feel safe. But the email that I sent you with those things, I want to just kind of briefly go over a little bit. On the second page is kind of like the duties that are cited in the Indiana Code for the sheriff, and one of them is to number 6, attend and preserve order in all courts of the county. Now that doesn't necessarily mean, according to my attorney, that doesn't necessarily mean that I have to be at the courthouse. It means I have to be in the courts when there's courts in session. So there's things that I have, if we don't go forward with courthouse security, I'm gonna have to look at all kind of different reasons and possibilities on how I can provide this one here and still provide the best security that I can in the courthouse. And I think we're doing that right now, but we can get better. And I think we need to have a couple more people to get better. One of the things that we did to show the need for this is we took a 4-week period. I think it was back in March, I believe. I'm not 100% sure on the dates anymore. But a 4-week period of how many people entered the courthouse. And now on the 3rd page, you'll see that week 1, we had 1,541 people. Then the next week was 1,952. Week 3 was over 2,700. And week 4 was over 2,200. It comes out to almost one person every minute that's walking through that door. Now, obviously, that's not how it is. Sometimes there's 10 coming in together. And that's why you need at least 1 or 2 down there. You can't just at the front door to make sure that everybody goes through the metal detection and the bag scanning. Because you can't walk away. That has to be manned. Otherwise, you're defeating the purpose of doing that. But with Tom Bell down there right now, we also looked at how many times that he got called away for the day. Now, I don't know whether Amanda was here every day that this took place, but I do know that on an average, Tom Bell got called away from his front door down there about 25 times a day. Now, that might just be to go outside, come over to the small claims, to probation or prosecutor's office, whatever the case may be. But he was out of camera view, and my night shift and Amanda counted all these per camera. We didn't have the manpower to sit down there and count this, so they did the best they could as far as watching the camera and noticing that he was off camera view. We don't know where he got called to. We just know that and I told him these 4 weeks, stay here as much as you can, but obviously don't negate if somebody calls, you got to do that. So do your job. So that's where that comes from. And I just think after we had the courthouse security team meeting last week, I just felt that we were at the time now to make this proposal. And I think I have the full support of the courthouse security team. Everybody voiced their opinion of it last Monday when we had the meeting. And I think there might be a few here to support that. So I think it's time now to enhance our courthouse security. The bag scanning, metal detection, and all the things that come with it, there is going to have to be some movement of electricity. Tammy, EMA, and Marissa have put in for a grant to take care of all of the, I would say, equipment that goes with the enhancement. replacing or redoing cameras, the body scanner, the metal detection, the movement of some electrical to get some monitors up on the wall that they can watch the monitors as they're doing their job. Just enhancing the security, the overall security of the doors. So that's all. Hopefully it's about an $80,000 grant, I think, that nurses put in for it. We won't know that result until September. But I think if you ask Tammy and Narissa, I think everybody feels good about that. So the ask that I am asking for today is the creation of 2 courthouse security officers.
No, the one officer stays on the main floor as you walk in the doors.
Yes,
Where's the other officer? Does she roam or does she stay in the courts?
both.
Okay,
Both. Rome is the primary thing, because, you know, you can stay in the court, but now what happens is she kind of roams, and then Tom down at the bottom, he roams if he needs to, but we want him to stay there as much as
depending
possible,
on the court.
but it depends on the court.
Schedules.
Yeah. And then as of right now, every Thursday and Friday, there are 3 courts going, because we have another judge that comes in on Thursdays and Fridays. So that's 2 courts on the 2nd floor, 1 court on the 3rd floor. So it's a lot to roam. And then you have small claims court down in the annex. So
So Sheriff, I started looking last night through an email you had sent me. Is it a policy and procedure? I don't think I was able to get all the way through it, or maybe I read it, it's not fresh on my mind. So there was a separate email from me.
from where?
I thought you had said something that has policies,
Yes.
and that was related to security, right?
Yes.
That attachment. So I don't think I've fully reviewed that I'm real knowledgeable on. But the sheriff and I did meet for several hours on Friday, and this is one of the topics we spent a good amount of time on. In addition, when I was at that security meeting and talked to other people about it. So for a number of reasons that I don't necessarily have to go into now, I'm prepared to support doing this so that we have secured courtrooms and a secured courthouse and secured annex building for the good of the employees and the community and just the courts in general. So I don't know if today is the day we say we are creating them. I think because one, we don't know what the job descriptions are, because I think one of them may have to be a supervisor, and I want to make sure that the courts are signed off to agree on whatever the policy and procedure is. I think that's what I shared with the sheriff on Friday. I said, I'm behind this. Let's just make sure that, because the main people that are going to be, can have a major voice in this are going to be the sheriff, maybe the commissioners for creating the position and the courtrooms, to make sure that everybody is satisfied with whatever this will look like going forward. Because what I would hate to do is create these positions and then somebody say, that still doesn't meet my need. I want another person on top of whatever the sheriff came up with. So I don't know how that puts us today, and I'm not trying to kick the ball down the road. I want this to get done, and I want it to get done in a short form as much as possible. But I do think I still need to review your document more about what the policy and procedures would be. Make sure that the courts are okay with it. And we probably need to do HR related, just that general stuff, to make sure we have the classifications set for all 4 of those positions appropriately, the number of hours they will work, the kind of shifts they will work, just the general stuff that Marky would help us with on the HR part, pay, classification, those kind of things. But I think maybe what I think the employees and the security team would be happy to hear is that they at least have one commissioner's support. Commissioner Hofstadter is unable to attend today, and I'll let Commissioner Stephenson speak for herself.
I support it.
So you've got enough of a majority of the board to support the addition of these folks. We just have to make sure, I want the whole team to get together, and as soon as we can make that happen, or you can make that happen, however that works. I think it's an exciting thing that I think it'll please a lot of people that we start doing some of the things that maybe we've not done as well as we could in the past as far as the scanning. So I do appreciate your work with EMA, Suffolk, and because it's a lot easier to say yes whenever the equipment part is paid for and we work on the manpower. One other request that I would have is that I don't know if it's Judge Verkamp or one of us could do it, just so we could have a council member on that security team. I don't think we've ever historically had one on there for some reason. Who's on, I mean, am I wrong?
I feel like you used to attend, didn't you? I know Elmer Brownus used to attend for.
Council member.
Council.
Yeah, we've always had a commissioner, we've had the treasurer, we've had some of the various offices, but I think the council has been left off. So it might be a good idea to have one of them around as well, on the security team. So yeah, we can just
Great idea.
add one of them.
I don't honestly remember if we've had council there or not.
I felt like you used to attend in the third floor courtroom, or the second floor circuit courtroom meetings. Did you not used to attend those, Chad?
I was never on a county council.
Council, so you replaced Elmer and then, okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
So Sheriff, do you think, where do you, after hearing what I had to say, and you know that you have the board's support, we would still have to get the council's support, of course, now pay for the positions, but, do you feel like you know what a next step would be?
I would assume that it would be just getting a job description. I would know and I probably need to talk to Sandy. I know in the past, they didn't really like us to have a different schedule than the 12-hour shift or the 8-hour shift. But I would say that the courthouse security would probably want to go to like a 9-hour, because you want them to come before any employees come, to walk the building, make sure nothing got put in there overnight or anything like that, and then to be the last ones to leave. So I would want to put them on a 9-hour schedule. I think the highway might be on 9-hour, so it would be something like that.
What are they on currently? Are they 42?
They're on 8 hours now,
Okay.
but they both gain comp time throughout the week because they have different duties that may take them into the evening.
I think the council and myself would stomach it better probably if they were 40s and they were, just staggered. If that's possible.
I don't, well, you're gonna get comp time or something if you, I don't know how to stagger them to make sure that you have adequate manpower there all the time.
Like Tom would be 7:30 to 3:30. Amanda would be 8 to whatever, just so that we do have a person there at the beginning of the day and a person at the end of the day, and then during the strength, the majority of our time when they're most needed, they're here. But maybe just something we could look at.
Yeah.
Because then we're looking at 20 additional hours, 20 additional hours per week times 52 weeks. That's gonna be.
Well, my goal or my thought process would be to make them, and I don't know, this is just me way of thinking, but to make them sort of like the pay as a jail supervisor, have them all paid that way, and then maybe the supervisor actually be paid a little bit more than that. But that's to increase of their hours. That's just how I was thinking of it. I don't know if that's. I'm open to suggestions on that. I don't have any idea. I don't have the knowledge of what's the best way to do that, but I can kind of look
What are your thoughts? Commissioner Stefano, do you have a thought on that?
No, I don't.
I'm just thinking it's.
Looking at Sandy to,
I can look at the staggering, I guess,
do we still have like evening court?
that's where
That's
like,
on like Wednesdays or something, right?
That's where they get comp time.
that's where they get comp time from there, and then on Mondays, the drug court, which can take into the evenings.
Or if they get a jury trial that lasts, they have to stay.
I think we could probably do the staggering.
I want you to have success when you go in front of the council, and I think if you were able to cut down 1,000 hours a year of pay, 1,000 hours times $25 an hour, I mean, that's gonna be considerable difference.
Mhm. Okay.
I'm trying to look
I think
forward.
that at this point, I probably have to look at the hours, try to get it to the 40-hour. And also, I'd have to relook at the job descriptions and maybe even make some modifications to what that job description is gonna be.
Maybe we want good people to do it, and we,
Right.
probably be, like you said, be similar to what the jailers are making, and then have the supervisor be paid an additional amount.
Yes.
Those extra duties.
Kind of probably how it is now. But I want them to be focused primarily on courthouse. As it is today, they are courthouse but they are also a jailer. And I don't necessarily think that we want to get in that. Our jail is too advanced to not work in the jail except a few days a year. So I think we need to get away from that. Like if it's a holiday that the courthouse is closed, I think my goal would be to say now that they're going to be closed also or off also.
Sure.
Instead of coming up to the jail and working and not having the knowledge of really what's going on up there.
So you really wanna go back to what we used to have in a way.
Yeah,
We had a security officer just for here.
just for the.
I think that's better for everybody.
I do too.
And then we have one supervisor, a point of contact for Sandy says, I'm having a problem with this security person not doing something. They have a supervisor to go to that would be a link to you.
Correct.
I think it would just clean up a lot of things.
So I don't think it's any pay issue. I think it was just making sure that we can get that done on a 40-hour, which I mean, and that's keeping at least 2 on, from 8 to 4 for sure.
Sure, absolutely.
So if you had 4, you could stagger 2 and 2.
Yeah.
So we'd still have 2.
And then when the people, one of those people, and this is a problem, a relief factor, when one of those people are off, then that would be the week that the staggers change.
And you get that supervisor there so he or she knows the vacation schedule to make sure that only one is taking off or so that we have coverage.
Do we want to continue working on this so that we can implement it as soon as possible, or do you want to implement it January 1?
I would prefer to get it implemented as soon as possible so that we can get the 2 people hired and trained, whoever they may be. There is different trainings that I would want to send them to versus, there is specifically courthouse security training that I would like to get them into. And then as soon as we can get them over there, we can start, at least maybe we don't have the bag scanning, but we got some metal detectors that we could start implementing right away too.
Because even if this grant fails, we still have some old units, we still have some handhelds, we can start the process.
We can start the process.
Like I mentioned, when you go to Holiday World, they don't have the world's most sophisticated system, but they'll look at your purse and they can monitor you.
Yeah.
It's better than, it would keep a large metal item from coming into the courtroom.
Yeah, the equipment that they put in the grant for will do us no good without the people to run it. But we can at least start it with the people without the equipment.
So you have our support. You're going to the council this evening, I believe.
I'm not sure if, I am going to the council this evening for other things.
Oh,
I'm
for
not sure
other
that if I need to bring this up, I can, or I will.
Sure, might as well. And then we'll just, as a team, you keep pushing us and we'll keep pushing you and we'll try to get her done as quickly as we can. And we'll work with Marky and the judges, and that sound like a plan?
It does.
Good. Okay.
All right.
Anybody in the crowd that showed up want to have a comment on anything?
Just appreciate it because it's a long time overdue, I think, and employees are gonna be very thankful for this.
Yeah. I agree.
I agree 100%.
Okay, Sheriff, anything else today?
No, that's all I have.
So it looks like, just from our conversation, we'll be discussing other staff issues in the future, but for today, that's a good start.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
guys.
So he's gonna put these in his budget then too?
It will be in
If
my
we do an
budget.
additional, we'll talk about council, I don't have to do all that process.
Yeah. It's already in my budget. It will be in my budget.
And then the 2 that he's applying for the cops grant, is that separate from this all too
It
then?
is.
Have you had any discussions with
Yeah.
court folks? I don't remember if you did.
No.
Right.
Something to him again.
Like after we met, did you talk with the judge?
I know.
Yes, did you get the email from Anthony?
One that, it didn't say a lot,
Yeah.
just want something.
Thank you.
Yeah. In his email, he said he won't.
He won't fight this.
He won't fight.
Got it.
I think it doesn't need to be on this first.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you.
You need a break?
Yeah.
Sure, 15 more minutes.
Does that help?
15 more minutes.
All right, 15 more minutes.
I know, I talked to him over the weekend.
We were just talking, Mike said he used to be on there and then somehow got off the email, so we're gonna make sure, he talked to Judge Burkamp and he's gonna make sure he's on there for the security
Okay,
team meeting.
He's
Oh, we did.
gonna put me back on, but he had the wrong email or something.
Did you say something offending? Did you say something to offend him? And he said, no more, I don't wanna see this guy here.
No, he
Yeah.
said it was his fault, because he overlooked, okay, no, email this, he said. So that's okay, that's fine.
We'll get it.
What happened with this one, you know, like, do anything about that?
No.
Glad to see you. How long you been here?
It's not,
For the Johnson Control component, it was a 5-year, pay per year, where they would come and check
See you guys.
some of the equipment at the new facility. We're looking at having a different company do this
oh,
similar
okay,
work.
so it didn't have, okay,
It didn't meet our needs completely.
okay.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. We are right on schedule. We have adult services budget request. Good morning.
I was kind of the only one.
Everybody else?
I think there'll be more. I know, I'll hurry, that way you guys get a break.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Julie Stewart, I'm the Director of Adult Protective Services. Good morning. We cover 6 counties, with Du Bois County being one of them.
Okay.
Davis County is our hub. We are grant funded by the state.
Okay.
Yay. In the past, Du Bois County has given us $5,000 a year. That has been tremendously helpful because our state funded is less than the actual budget. So we do go at a loss, and Davis County kind of offsets that because they're our hub county. So the $5,000 is extremely helpful. It pays for all of our mileage because we use our own vehicles, and some training. It has used to help with training. So again, we are very grateful for that. This year so far, I kind of did a little research. Du Bois County cases are 136 for the year. We've had 136 cases just in Du Bois County. We are here a lot, and we communicate with a lot of services here, Memorial Hospital, all of the nursing homes, all the home health. You know, we communicate with them. That's how we get a lot of our cases, is they call and say, listen, we need you to go check on this person, or, you know, we're releasing them from the hospital because there's nothing medically wrong, but they need help. You know, we need you to check out their home, check out what's going on. So that's basically what we do. I'm asking again for the $5,000 if possible, because it does extremely help.
Sure.
So, any questions? Or can I give you any more information?
Do you have any questions or
No
comments? there?
questions, no.
I think I understand from the previous
Yes.
previous discussions we've had, so I would be okay to keep the $5,000 in our budget for 2025.
1 second.
So that's really all we have for you. We
See?
appreciate what you're doing, and if there's something else that comes up, let us know between now and then. But
I will tell you, probably 2025 is going to be the last time I will be before you, because the prosecutors have decided to cut ties. So we are in the transitional stages. We don't know what we're doing after. So 2025 is our last year with being associated with the counties. As of now, you never know with the state, but as of now,
Sure.
that is,
so what? There'll be a different organization that would do similar work.
there has to be Adult Protective Service. It's a federal mandated program, but just, we don't know if we'll go through the AAAs and make a whole different, like the FSSA will make a whole different component. You know, we're just the menial workers. We don't know until they tell us. But I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up. And again, I'm not in front of you. What you have done for us has been extremely helpful. And we thank you guys very much, because you are the only other county other than Davis County that supports us that way. So we are very grateful. So I just kind of want to give you the little thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
And how many counties are served again?
6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's take just a minute to stretch, and then we'll be back for our next agenda. set up like your
Something
style.
will change. Were you able to help him?
A little later, I'm gonna call right
I
now.
told him we wouldn't wait. I told him to be.
He's on County Road 100 south?
I tried to get an address and he goes, well, near that road, between here and there, and he never would give me an exact, and I thought, well, maybe he'll just talk to you better.
It's on that road, but there's no driveway that's really in question, man. They're all established driveways, no new driveways or anything.
Maybe you can get more information from him.
I will.
I just thought you'd be way better off with that than me.
Jake Betts, he is concerned about dangerous driveway just at 100 south, it's all sand snow. There's no.
That's that dead end, that's Brentsville, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's, I mean, is he talking about that road or is he talking about something else? I don't know. She doesn't know either, so.
He,
Oh, I don't know what Jake Betts is.
What's the name?
Jake Betts.
It's on the listings.
so on this JJK Farms, who was this guy here? Was that Brandon or was Brandon the son?
Brandon's his son,
So who was he?
I think. No. That was Brendan Grossman. I saw him on his name tag.
So he wants to give it to his son if we don't have a meeting.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And he said he's gonna require a legal easement. Of,
He will give one, yes.
so you guys didn't make any motions on Tom's thing, we just, consensus was to move forward.
Yes.
So he needs to create,
I tossed a couple of the,
he needs to create job descriptions and wages.
yes. I talked to a couple of the courthouse employees about that, so I knew what that was about before we came in, plus the email, but. If you go to other courthouses, the security is beefed up a little bit more than what ours is.
Yep.
So I think it's a long time coming.
Hello. Good, thank you. Exciting day in county government.
Brent, you can open your garage and that's fine.
Okay.
It could be like. Do you have ball games this weekend?
Nope, I think weekend off this week.
It's hot.
Yeah, it was hot. We play this weekend, this upcoming weekend. Brindley plays in Huntingburg and Chase plays in Curtin, so. It's supposed to be just as warm, so try to figure that one out.
Yeah, we have our wedding Saturday.
Let's just look outside. Cause then you can go home in between.
Yeah, exactly right.
That helps. It's like, it's bad but good.
Yeah.
I mowed all day on Saturday and then yesterday we went to the lake. It was all right.
I went Saturday morning early, but I was in trees, so, I mean, that helps.
Yesterday we were on the lake and it was really, the girls, they didn't realize how hot it was. They were on the pad the whole time. Oh, it was hot.
It's warm real fast.
Saturday was beautiful. I mean, it was hot, but it was beautiful.
Yesterday was a good breeze
Yes.
on Saturday.
Yeah, yesterday was just hot. We got like the humidity came back.
We stayed in the water.
Yeah.
Ooh, it was hot.
And then you burn.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you kick the other ones out or what?
She's in charge.
Did you kick the other ones out?
That's
Oh,
it. I'm
there we
good.
go.
That's all that matters. How are you?
Always is.
Always is.
All right, y'all ready to
Okay.
get back
We're ready.
to it?
We're ready.
So the next agenda item is 10:15. Let's see here.
Over American Center.
Yes. I've got a number of other miscellaneous items. I'm gonna do one of them real quick if you
Absolutely.
grant me that. So just as a side note, as a discussion item, after 3 years of construction, following approximately 3 years of study, site visits, planning, the Justice Project, including the DuBois County Community Corrections 911 and Emergency Management, and the DuBois County Sheriff's Department is substantially complete. The finishing touches and a few punch list items are still needing to get done, and there's a few loose ends to tie everything up. I want to really thank the leadership of each of those groups and the staff from each of those departments for making this a successful project. We had the Sheriff Feinhelper, of course, the DuBois County Community Corrections leadership with Director Wyatt Madden, EMA with Tammy Humphrey, and 911 Director Stuart Wilson were instrumental in getting things done. And of course, Sandy Morton, the DuBois County Auditor, her auditor's office staff, doing the finances, keeping the processes and keeping everything in order. We're lucky to have the heart and talent that these people have for DuBois County. And finally, without the leadership, knowledge, and dedication of County Council President Michael Pleasner, the project would have been more challenging and more expensive for the taxpayers. So I just want to take that moment to thank all of those people that helped get this project done. It's been a long, and again, I say done. To me, it's not done until every last scratch of paint is done, but it's complete as much as something's done after this kind of a large project. So to thank the council president and the directors of all of those offices, it's been a burden and it's been a challenge at times, but because of the kind of people that we have here, we get a good project that'll serve the people of DuBois County for probably the next 30 years, hopefully, or more.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to get that up there. So thank you for hearing me out. Next up, we have the Older American Center budget request.
Good morning. Good morning. I think I planted a few too many, but that's
Well, Nick's not here today, so we give him to stop his business.
As you can see, it's been crazy at the Older American Center.
Crazy good or crazy?
Crazy good. We're recording some of the best numbers we have since we've been there, and that's 14 years. So, I know back right after we came back from COVID, the city park board was like, "Why are your numbers not not pre-COVID?" I'm like, I lost a lot. I mean, they went to nursing facilities, something passed. I'm like, I lost a lot of my regulars. But so now they're like, okay, your numbers are too good. The parking lot's treacherous. What are we gonna do? So it went from one to the other. We still do basically everything we have. We've changed games up and things like that, but we still do every other Tuesday bingo. We do a monthly catered meal, which used to, pre-COVID, our numbers were like 40, 45, unless you had fried chicken. And then you would have like 55.
And now I'm getting like 100, 114, 90s. And I'm just like, oh, but I tried to keep it like at $10, $11, $12. And where else are they going to go? The meal's there, it's ready, you know, and I'm like, I think that's where they're coming out at. And then probably 32 to 40 stay and play cards. Some come as early as 9, and they just sit all day. And that's what they do is they sit and play cards, they take a break and eat, and then they go back to playing cards till 4 o'clock. So yeah, our numbers are great. And if this is like the yearly summary that I give the park board, and as you can see, we were starting to turn in some awesome numbers right before COVID. February of 20, we turned in one of our better days. But now we're back to turning, 2,800, 3,100. This last May was our best May on record with 2,781. Casey, where
How do you count them? Do they sign in?
they sign in, yeah, they sign in on a sign-in book, and then we count them at activities. So with all of Casey's exercise classes, she counts heads. So if they miss signing in, trips they don't sign in, so our sign-in book isn't 100% accurate because some people just don't sign in, and then it's like I walk around and count heads, and because I do the sign-in sheet, so we make sure that everybody's counted or for the day. But our exercise classes hold 70, 73 tops, and she turned in like 74 last Monday. So our exercise classes are booming, and it's a good problem to have. It's like everybody doesn't always show up on the same day, but when they do, wow, it's putting a weight on the parking lot and our class size. But we put in new security cameras everywhere so that we can see the back of the room better for Casey, and then they can carry on with their classes. But it's a great problem to have. We've had Jill Wiggins start coming in. She's offering her classes downstairs. Granted, those classes cost, but it's a great way to get them in the door. It gives our people another option if they want to, if the classes are too full or they're busy or whatever. And then we're hoping that that'll pull some of that age group in to go, oh, this is what it's like? Because the senior center stigma can be kind of like, they don't want to come. So yeah, so we're like, we're the Hobbig Center Older Americans. So we answered the phone to kind of break that off. But yeah, and then Jill just started doing line dancing classes. She's had one, and she had like 23. And I'm like, it's fantastic. We're trying to get other hours and other people in, but yeah, Casey and Viviana Green are doing amazing with our exercise classes. I changed up the way I do my board report for the park board. So that is this sheet. Now they can see the year as it runs, as opposed to just like every month having one of the totals on it. So you can see that on that sheet, the people playing cards on their own, that's the people that just come in their own card groups and want to play cards. The catered meals, the chair yoga, the floor yoga, which is the regular class, Golden Go and Senior Strong are our other 2 exercise classes. We offer 7 classes through the week. And then, yeah, those are the numbers we're turning out from those 7 classes. It's crazy. With that, though, our parking lot is pushing capacity. We have 66 spaces. So when you're turning in 70-some people for a class, it's taxing the parking lot. They are looking at, if you can see, it was cut from our budget this year, but it's number 1 on our budget for 24 or for 25. They're going to add 24 spaces down below the building, which now we've added the cameras down below so we can switch that door and make it a regular entrance, and we can view it as they come in, and then they can come up on the elevator if need be. And then they're going to extend this other parking lot, like 12 spaces. They're going to do 12 on the end of that, and then try to add 24 on the other end. So hopefully we can take the weight of the treacherous parking lot off. But I was like, get people in. Oh wait, not that many people. So yeah.
And a couple VIP parking spots.
It's like that's for the park director and the rec director, which they're in and out a lot, so I get it. But they park at the other side, and a lot of times they get blocked in. But I'm like, how am I to say that you can't park there? It's like, there's a lady that just had knee replacements. It was her first time coming back in. I'm like, park there, I don't care. It's like we only have so many handicapped spots, and I can't say that one's more handicapped than the other. It's like I can't go out and be the parking lot.
Does the footprint go all the way back to this road? The one that continues 13th Street?
Yeah, that's, that right there is the little side road that we own that comes down, but then, hopefully we took out those trees on the end of the other one. And then, yeah, they'll come in 13th. We're hoping that it'll kind of become a one-way in and out, but I don't know. They decide, whenever they planned that parking lot, the person behind the guiding was really adamant about some of the trees that needed to stay and things like that. So that's why that parking lot is so bad to begin with. It's like, it looks good, but it's not functional, you know, and they don't carry in from one parking lot to the next. So you have to get in there and turn around and come back out if you miss. So it's a nightmare.
I hate parking with them.
I do too. And then even like the rentals that we have, just like the Optimist do, the Respect for Law Dinner up there, that place is packed. I mean, it's maxed at capacity. And we put down below by Steve's shop, we put Millings, and that's where we park. Well, now there's like 6 or 7 cars that the seniors are parking down there. You know, and they're the able ones that are going to exercise class, but it's like, now where are we gonna park? We're running out of space, so.
How long has the fence been down? I just noticed it the other day.
The fence has been down 2-3 years.
Okay.
I say that, but it may have been like 4.
Okay, I thought,
Yeah.
oh, it's just last couple weeks or so.
Yeah, no, it's been down for a couple years.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Or has there been other work being done maybe in that entrance? It seems like I saw.
that's,
something
well,
there.
yeah, we had those straight line winds that came through, was it last year, that hit like south of Precious Blood, then hit us and went up through Grassland Hills and did that damage through there. It took out that big tree by the mailbox, and that busted over part of that big wrought iron fence. So they're taking out those pillars right now, but a couple years ago, they were just like, this fence is terrible. It was a leaf catcher and it just looked bad. They had to mow around it. So yeah, they took that out. Now the wildlife cuts through. I think the mothers like to leave their babies up behind the building because we could sit and watch them all day. And then now they're like, ugh. But yeah, it's like they kind of had them corralled in their own little yard. But yeah, so they've taken that down too, which I keep hoping maybe one day we'll build a gym. That would be fantastic. That would help us out a lot, but we'll see what happens with this new facility. Yeah, exactly. And at the bottom, I left 22 and 23's city county numbers. And then you can go to 24's at the bottom of my monthly report for the park board and see the difference. You know, we went from like 508, 458, 554, 668, 570, and 660 for our county numbers for our activities. So, but the city doesn't understand that, the city park board as much. They're like, oh, you get something from the county. And I'm like, but there's so much that's not in the corporate city limits. You know, like some of Brusher, Brookstone, Ireland, and they're like, oh, that makes sense. You know, the people that are just in those outlying areas. But I'm getting a lot from like Schnellville, St. Anthony, Celestine, for bingos and card tourneys and things like that. So
I think people, they want a place to go.
they do. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we've tried to break off that senior center, that stigma that, you know, we're just like, Havoc Center, yay! You know, I'm like, we're not older. It's like, well, okay. But that was decided back before my day. So yeah, we just call it the Havoc Center Older American, you know, when we answer the phone. So
Sure. What's the status of Huntingburg Community Center?
her numbers are on the bottom of my report, actually. Yeah, because we give them $2,000 every year to help with their activities. So she turns her numbers into me, and that's actually on the bottom of her report. Her numbers are good. She does overnight trips and like long distances. I don't do that. I'm just like, if she wants to do that, fantastic. I'll advertise all day for her.
Were they doing, I'm sorry, I don't know, but were they doing a new facility or?
I'm not sure. I know they moved recently over across from City Hall, so I don't know if they're looking to move beyond that or not. Because I get hit and miss on, you know, things that happen down there, so.
Did I hear somewhere, and this could be, the Meals on Wheels, are they thinking about coming back?
I don't know. See,
I
that turned
I
into,
heard that.
yeah, because that turned into a federal thing, and then they just started shipping out frozen meals that, because we used to partner with Ferdinand too, and then the Ferdinand Center as the public center kind of just dissipated. They have the senior center, which is like an LLC down there that like has membership dues and things like that meet there. But we used to give Ferdinand, you know, $2,000 as well, but I don't hear anything out of them anymore. they were using the meals, the daily meals, to pull those people in for their activities. But Meals on Wheels is based out of there, and that's where they used to prep them at. But I don't hear anything out of that anymore. It'd be nice. That was sometimes for your shut-ins. That's the only communication they had was a delivery guy dropping off their meals, every day. So it was, that was a good program. So I wish it would. But yeah, other than that, we're plugging along. I lost my other. It's like I had a full-time person, and now they've kind of added the train and stuff on hers. So I was like, they want more people, and I'm like, ooh, I'm getting tired. But it's a good problem to have. So yeah, I just asked for the same $20,000 that you guys have given us in the past to continue doing the service for the county because we get a lot of great ones.
Commissioner?
So you said Hobby Center of Older Americans,
Yeah.
that's how you call it, I'm gonna change my.
Yeah, that's supposed to be called Hobby Center of Americans. It was supposed to be Arnold Hobby Community Center of Older Americans. That's how we were supposed to say it. But
And I've heard comments from the public too about, what they think it is.
yeah, and like I said, those exercise classes are really starting to pull them in. Some of the youngers that are just starting to retire, and they're like, oh, they think they're all sitting around playing bingo at tables all day, and that's
Or
not,
sitting
yeah.
around and playing cards all day. That's
Yeah.
the impression
And they
that a lot of
do,
people
but
get.
I've lost a lot of that.
Seriously, that's
They
what
do.
you hear.
Yeah, and I've lost a lot of those card players. I mean, and that was one thing that it was hard to get the city board to understand is that I lost a lot of that generation because now you're getting this younger generation coming in and they want to do exercise class or they want to play cards or something in the afternoon and then they've got other stuff they're doing through the week. They're not sitting around going one only a day because I had people that came in every day when I started. I mean, that's what they did. They signed up for every activity we did. And it was great, but I don't have that anymore because a lot of them have passed or, are now in nursing facilities. So yeah, I'm relying on those ones that are still babysitting, still working part-time. It's just it's a different generation that we're trying to hit now.
Sure.
And I knew as the baby boomers started retiring, it would happen, but man, it's like the last 2 years, you've really seen it. So yeah, exercise classes really pulling them in. And then now they're doing like trips and things like that. Cause we just came back from, we did the Cardinals and Reds when they were over at Cincinnati 2 weeks ago, had a great trip to 55 over, but I can see the age on those trips starting to change too. They're getting the younger, older generation. So yeah, it's great.
Great.
As far as our board, I believe we're fine with supporting the $20,000 again for putting it in our budget.
Okay. I appreciate that.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
just love it.
Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Melissa, want to come up?
Hello. I'm going to apologize first. The Southern Indiana Allergy Association decided to give me a little bit of laryngitis today. So Cheryl apologizes she couldn't be here. She already had a previously scheduled meeting. But we wanted to thank you for your past support. We're continuing to request a $40,000 commitment from you for our organization. We continue on our mission and support of upwards of 500 Du Bois County residents at all stages in life. And we do a quarterly survey. So we don't hit everyone every quarter, but throughout the year we hit everyone. And this last quarter we had 100% of individuals that were served said that our services have improved their quality of life. We've increased our pay for our DSPs and all staff over the last year, which in turn puts money back into the community here in the county. A couple of successes. So we undergo a CARF accreditation. It's a national accreditation. That's the one SERS chooses to use. There are 1,100 standards that they judge us on. Of those 1,100, we had 7 recommendations that come out of that. So we met 1,093 of their standards last year, and we achieved another 3-year accreditation. That's the 10th 3-year accreditation that we've received. Our Ferdinand plant continues to meet all of their revenue goals. Most of their clients that they work with are Du Bois County businesses. Our administrative overhead remains below 15%, And across all counties, we have a 98% client satisfaction rate. A couple of items just to that are Du Bois County specific. We have a Project AIM that we work with the Du Bois County Co-op, the school system on. So those individuals that have graduated high school that are going on, not exactly sure what they want to do, we kind of help them determine, higher education, do they want to go get a job? What are their goals and aspirations? So the funding for that has decreased a little bit. Not sure where that's going to head in the next year. That's something we're working on with the co-op, to be determined. And then in Du Bois County and organizationally, we have committed to focus more on the transition youth and young adults entering the workforce. County funds would assist us in that journey. We've actually started a new project. It's called the YAS Project, Young Adult Initiative. And so we're trying to get into those schools, get those kids. Once they graduate, if they don't go into AIM, they may just go home, sit at home behind a video game, or we want to get them out into the community. We want to show them what possibilities they have. And then the age of our buildings are getting older. We're actually putting quite a bit of money into the Ferdinand plant right now. I'm redoing the exterior of that building, new roof. And our Jasper location, we're actually outgrowing that with our day services program. So in the next several years, one of our strategic plans is to look at our buildings, our locations, and growing. Do we want to go buy another building in the area that would allow us growth? Do we want to sell what we've got and rent a space? So just some things that are coming up in the next few years for us. So we just ask that you continue to support our organization. And any questions for me?
Questions?
No, I don't believe I have it.
A lot of positive. So our annual report, yes, we give you some information, but we like to look at those success stories and put pictures and stories with those. We lost several people during the course of the 22-23 years. I think there's a whole section dedicated to those individuals.
Yeah, I think on this, I'm in good shape. On the internet situation that we had, so I think they talked about that at the previous meeting.
Okay.
I've given my feedback, so I think that we know where we're at with that. So, did you or do we need to reach out to each unit, for example, the Hayesville Park, and say, hey, the equipment's there, if you want to continue to fund it, you can, or do you know where are we at with that? Have you done that, or do we need to, or?
So each of the locations that we chose, Kelly Mitchell, before she left, she kind of started that project. I took over when she left and went to the state level. I don't know if she reached out to those individuals or if that was something, I can look back in her notes and follow up with you. I am more than happy to do that if I've got contact information, although it may have changed in the 3 years.
Because I know that I went to the town, Birdseye Town Council meeting, I contacted the Hayesville Park people, the Holland people, so I mean, I did before, so I guess I could reach out to them as well. And
Okay.
say,
Well, one of them is going to be our park. Do we want to continue it?
Yeah, as the commissioners, there was quite a bit of funds pushed in for years 2 and 3, so.
I guess you'll take care of whatever the service situation is, if you continue yours or not. And
Yes, the only thing that we will need to know is, so all of the contracts with the internet providers are under CERS. So we'll just need to know if we want to stop those, I'll need to give them a notice. I'm guessing a 30-day notice will suffice. And I believe that ends October 1st.
I would say at this point, we can give them
Except
notice.
Birdseye, weren't they behind?
No, everyone
We
started.
waited on them.
Yeah, we were waiting on the
I just remember we had trouble getting
connections.
up there.
Yeah.
So do you know what we're talking about?
Not exactly.
Okay, so each of these, the
Well,
county and CERS partnered to do a grant after COVID to increase connection.
Internet availability,
So we
yes.
pushed
It was an Okra grant. It was a one-year Okra grant. The commissioners funded years 2 and 3,
Okay,
and so year 3 will be up in October of this year.
I kind of talked about it last meeting.
okay.
So long story short, if you go to the Bird's Eye Park, Hayesville Park, Holland Commons, sit up front Sirs, sit in the
4-H.
DuBois County
4-H
Park,
Center.
then you can get free internet access
Yes, correct,
up through October.
correct.
So we were trying to make it so that people could have high-speed, reliable internet without having to sit at McDonald's or sit in the library parking lot and hope that you get a signal or whatnot. So it was just making access more available to people. So I think what I'll do is I'll reach out to the Lewis County Park, each of those units that we talked about, say, we are not gonna fund this service. We already have the equipment. If you want to continue it, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, we can pass that information on to each of the providers.
For the towns, they may want to continue.
I'm sure they might say, I like having it down there.
Right.
And I'm sure there's probably people that live close that have been
Oh,
using it,
siphoning it.
siphoning it for their primary internet service, so they may be missing it too, but that wasn't the purpose of it.
Right.
Okay, well, hey, as far as I'm concerned, this will stay in our budget for next year, depending on the county council approving it. But I don't think we need anything else today.
All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you being here.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, let's get moving with the county highway reports, please. Mr. Byrd. How are the roads?
Doing wonderful.
Good to hear.
Doing wonderful. Steve Bird with the Highway Department. First thing up here was White Stallion Reclamation. Still nothing to report. I am gonna get a hold of Michael and see if I can't talk him into coming in here maybe in first meeting in July. To have a sit down and just kind of update you all on where everything is at. I think it would be a good thing to do. So, Sandy, I don't know if you have an agenda for the 1st of July. But I'd kind of like to.
I'm sure the public wants to know what the heck's going on because it's been a situation over and over that, hey, something's gonna happen, nothing happens, or hey, it just.
And we're in the middle of June. You know.
Because I think, when did we have that public meeting? Was it
That
October?
was, no, that was January.
Oh, it was January this year? I knew it was getting colder.
Yeah.
So.
I thought it was.
Did he go around and talk to all the residents? at this
Yes, he
point?
has, yeah,
Okay,
and then
he's done that.
I went with him one other time to be sure that there were some that he couldn't get in touch with that we did meet and talk with, so, that's all gotten done. I think there was an issue with, for sure, one other landowner, they're still trying to work that out, from what I understand. The DNR is on board with pretty much everything that they're wanting to try to get done, so it's just a matter of putting some of this stuff together, and I think what he wants to do is get everybody together who's directly impacted by the mine to go over some of that, get their signatures for their, blessing, and we can get the thing going. I think they have to have the signatures in order to go in and get the reclamation done. So, when that is, I don't know. I was hoping for sure it would have been by now, especially the way things are going, but it's stuck.
The residents are
Yeah, so,
needing more.
Do you want to see if you can come on July 1st?
yeah, do we have a spot open, say at 9:00?
I can put him at 9 o'clock.
Let's do that, and then I'll let him know that he can work that schedule out. So 9 a.m. on July 1st.
And how long do you think?
15.
Okay. All right, next item, temporary road closure request. Wabash Valley Produce is requesting a temporary road closure involving County Road 450 North in Harbison Township on Tuesday afternoon, June 18th, which is tomorrow. This involves the construction that's taking place at their facility. The closure is projected to be for about 2 hours, beginning at about 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I think that's when they're doing some overhead installation of the produce line that's going above the road. So it'll be a small little closure there. They are informing locals and a few of the residents there who live there of the plans and getting something worked out where they can get around the closure. So,
So are they providing any staff or any signage or are we involved in that? Or
if they need some signage, they can come get it from us. From what I understand, I believe they've got it pretty much taken care of. So
what kind of traffic are we looking at on that road? Limited?
very limited
It's from
outside.
3 to
just-
5, so it's in the afternoon / evening. It'll be very minimal.
Yeah, most of it
You
is,
recommend that for approval?
yes.
Yeah. Commissioner, any problem with that?
No problem.
I'll move that we approve the closure of County Road 450 North in Harbison Township on Tuesday afternoon, June 18th, between approximately 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Okay, next item, I'm working on plans for the upgrading of the Du Bois dumpster site by adding a large item dumpster to the facility. By doing this, the existing site will have a few changes made. I believe it also gives us an opportunity to add a small storage facility there where we could put salt and sand. We've got a couple of trucks that go way up there, and then by the time we get back, it's just a long process, and they're in the hills and everything else. And we do have the room, since we own the property. I thought that might be a nice way to have something up there so they could get through that a little bit quicker, especially through all the hills and the curves and stuff. So, like I say, I'm working on a drawing and a plan. I'd like to put it together for your review. I'd like to have it, fairly soon so we can talk about it and kind of plan and get your approval on it before we start. We're getting into budget time and all that. So,
So you're gonna request money for a building?
yeah. I think what we'd be looking at is a kind of a tent top over the top of some concrete walls that we would pour, and our bridge crew could do that. We could all do all that in-house, and then just get a top over it, and that will help us. We'll probably hold about maybe 160 to 200 ton of material. We do all the mixing here and then just haul it up there, and then when we have an event, we'll have a loader in the area, and we can load the trucks, and they can get out a whole lot quicker. So
Makes sense.
Do we have a loader that we would have up there even if there's a snow event?
Yeah.
We do? What is it, just like a mini, like a?
it's a small John Deere.
Small John Deere.
It's it's about half the size as our other one.
And is there one there currently?
We would drive it up there in the wintertime when it's not real needed. We can drive it up there and it can sit.
Because I didn't think we had that equipment currently. Okay, so, and also that oil container, we make sure that's on your plan? Or, because we talked about that this morning, that aren't you guys supposed to build a shed for solid waste? So, just so we don't forget them and we have that on the plan.
Yeah, I believe that's the last place that we've got to go with a new shed. I think we've got it all taken care of. We'll have to double check it again.
At our meeting this morning, she said it wasn't. That this one, I think we bought this unit a year and a half ago or something, and she said, I don't think, we don't have it in Holland. Where did she name? She named off 3 different places, right, that don't have oil.
I'll double check that again. I think we were gonna phase, the ones we had problems with are the ones we addressed. I believe we've gotten through all of those. I think we were gonna gradually replace everything. I'd have to double check to find out what we are on that. But I know the Du Bois site,
Du Bois, Holland, and Hayesville.
Hayesville. Yes, that's right.
So what's the extent of the highway work there? Is it a block walls and a roof that you put over these, or what are you putting up?
Over the oil?
Yes.
Yeah, we just put up a small little pole shed, pole barn, concrete floor. It'd be a 3-sided shed where the sun doesn't beat down on that poly, that plastic tank, makes it last longer, gets it out of the weather.
Same thing we have at Jasper. But that's behind the highway department, right? At that unit, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, just so we keep them in mind, please.
okay. Okay.
So are you gonna have that, I guess, at our next meetings if you wanted the budget? I guess we gotta get on that pretty soon.
And the last item, chip and seal paving, work is moving along nicely as the project costs are running below the estimates at the time, and we're currently about 33% complete. So chip and seal overlays are on schedule as our crew is working on Cusco Road South right now. When complete, they'll be moving over to the Purdue Farm Road, and then I think Santine Road is after that. So doing really well, and the projects are looking really nice. So overlay should be done by the end of June, and then we'll begin performing road paving work and patching. The Pine Ridge dumpster site is also scheduled for paving, not this week, but next week. Wednesday, we're gonna be doing prep on the site, which is the day that they're normally closed. And then Thursday, we'll be paving the site on a day that they're normally closed, so it's not gonna affect any public there. And just for your FYI, I don't know if you all still have the schedule that I had produced to you, but I've got status on where we are with the roads. These are complete. I think we've got painting to do on 250 North and 150 North, 600 West as well. 450 East has been chip and sealed. We still have fog seal to do, and then the painting on that, and then obviously Cusco South. So, what we're trying to do is get the chip seal done first, let it set a couple days, then we'll move the excess stone off. We'll spray the fog seal over the top of it, and then we come back with the striping. So
That works.
okay,
Yes, sir.
that's all we got.
A lot of roads are getting hit. That's good.
But they look good.
They do. They
Well, that's what I mean, they're getting taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counties, you realize.
Mr. Winnow.
Hi there, okay. Community crossings. So reviewed all the bids, and all the bids were complete and numbers were true. I would recommend going with CNR Construction. They've done paving for us in the past, so I would highly recommend these are breakdown the costs, so you guys have them in front of you. As you can tell, they were low bid. They're a regular company, and I recommend them for approval. But saying that, I'm going for the council this evening to get the grant portion of the CCMG appropriated. We've been awarded, so I would recommend that we approve it, barring council approval. Going for the board, it's nothing out of the ordinary. We just have to do the formal appropriation. I don't see any issues.
No, I agree. This is the right way to go. I'm gonna say that I'll, after review, move that we approve awarding the project to CNR Construction. Moving this on to the council for their input.
Second.
Any other discussion?
No.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And I will need your signatures on the bid form 96 like we usually do.
Under contracting authority members?
Correct. Yep. And I'll fill the date and everything out, that's not an issue.
Just a single spot?
It's just a single spot, yep. Rebar stockpile. So as usual, this time of year, we need to start getting some more rebar for our projects that we've got going on. I've sent out a request to 4 different suppliers, and one of them did say that they could not, quote, don't know why, they just said they did. They have done in the past, but they have their reasons, that's fine. So we received three quotes, one from Castle Steel in the amount of $34,076, Modern Welding in the amount of $36,098, and then Sugar Steel in the amount of $60,897.58. Everything is in order. They're all the same products. So I would recommend awarding to Castle Steel in the amount of $34,076.
And do they do a single delivery?
They will, no, delivery is included in that price, however, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, depends on what they have on hand. I want to say yes, but they have 4 million too, so.
Okay, I think it sounds like it's in order. I'll recommend, or I'll move that we award the quote to Captain Steel in the amount of $34,076.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, I will get that ordered. Bridge 254, Santhony Road West, AKA Hillhaven Road, give you guys which way, where we are at. We are going to be closing that road this morning. The bridge crew is going to tear out the existing structure with the pile driver contractor coming in on June 24th. We are not done with our box on 650, so we're kind of splitting the crews up. We're putting operators over there to tear that thing out. The reason for it, the pile driver contractor only had a certain window. So, hey, we'll hit it. We'll make sure we get this done because I don't want to be holding them up and we can manipulate around it. So if our schedule is not messed up, we can work around it. Not a big deal. So that's what's going on. Expect that to be closed for approximately 2 months. We'll drive piles. We probably won't be back for about a week while we're getting the rest, everything else prepped. We'll move in, be ready to rock. So that's what's going on there. Okay, Meridian Road. Okay, so I did this traffic study in 2 separate locations on the same section of road. The numbers did come out very similar, so which is good, means the traffic counters work properly. Years ago, we would do a speed study and you would utilize the 85th percentile. That's when the majority of the people are driving to establish your speed limit. And that would be 45 miles per hour. So federal government, other industries found out this is not the only way of doing that. You've got to have the number of houses on there, the terrain, the width of the road, and use all these factors to bring them in. Mm-hmm. So I utilized those 2 worksheets as well. But I still came up with 45 miles per hour.
Okay.
That is their recommendation.
Okay.
This has to do with that discussion we had on driveways.
Correct. There's both of them. I mean, each of you can see them. They both came out at 45 miles per hour. There's several factors we put in there. So my recommendation is to keep it at 45 miles per hour. As a board of commissioners, you guys have the ability to drop it as well. You have the ability to drop it to 35 miles per hour, whatever you deem necessary, but it cannot go below 30 miles per hour.
So we changed that. Would it be the entire stretch of that road or would it be?
We would do a certain amount. We would do from Mendel Lane, roughly, I'm just throwing a number, it's 1.5 miles south.
Okay.
Would be a 35 mile, we put that in our ordinance. Before we officially do that, I'd like to have Greg look through the codes with me, the laws, state statute, make sure that we're doing it properly. So again, that would be your guys' call. Professionally, from everything that I ran, it says 45 is adequate for this area.
Do you have any other suggestions as far as slowing that traffic down?
Law enforcement. To be honest with you, law enforcement.
Because 45, I don't think is the problem.
Correct.
65 is the
Right.
problem.
That's correct.
Right.
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. What I'm nervous, yeah, what I'm nervous about is we
They're gonna
keep the
get
35. They may slow down for a little while, they're gonna slow down for and I don't think it's,
Short of there being a police officer sitting in the driveway.
Yeah.
That'll slow you down for as long
that
as
is
it's
exactly
there.
right. That is exactly right. So, if you guys would decide you want to drop it to 35, you are within your powers of doing that. I'd like to run it through Greg and make sure we're doing all the proper things, but that is up to you guys. Completely up to you guys.
I
It's
do
just my
not wish to do so. Would you like to change the speed limit?
No, only for the fact they're gonna be immune to it in no time. That's gonna be, they're
Correct.
gonna drive what they wanna drive. It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, I did the US limits one first, and it came out to 45 miles per hour. So I called Indiana LTAP, because I knew there was another workbook that's a little more in depth than what that one is. They gave me that one. I filled that one out, and it came up 45 miles per hour again. So it's like, okay, I've got two of them. I'm 2 for 2 here.
You know, the thing is, I think from where we stand, we have a recommendation. The study also shows 45 is good. Our job is to put the speed limit on what's appropriate for the road. And if people want more law enforcement attention there, they need to reach out, because that's an elected official, and he's got limited resources.
Correct.
He can put his folks as well.
That's correct.
But that's kind of what we have to do. I mean, different people have different responsibilities, and it would be, it's our job to put in a limit, it's their job to enforce the limit.
Yeah.
Do you agree? I mean, is that?
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Like I said, if you guys would say, let's do 35, I could get behind it and we can get it done. I just don't think that's
I
the
don't
answer.
think that that's gonna solve the problem.
Yeah, correct.
I just don't.
Because when I was out there
It might be
pulling up the
most
traffic
people think
counters,
it's slower and safer than it's not.
No.
because I was out there pulling up traffic counters, and people, I mean, I had to go through it 3 times because people just, boom, don't even slow down. Okay, guys, I have my flashers on, vest on, and they don't even,
They don't.
wow. So,
So really, it's not the setting it, it's the enforcing of it.
yes, that's correct.
I mean, you can say the same thing about any road.
It's true. There's
Right, you
several,
can't.
there are several problem children in the county.
Right. This is a more of an issue than some. But then again, you're gonna have, if you take it to 35, you're gonna have the 10% of people that really pay attention to that.
Yes.
Go 35, then you're gonna have 3 people behind them and they'll
Just
pass
that.
illegally.
Yep.
And
Make the word,
you may make
make
it
the
more
road
aggressive
road
drivers.
worse. Take it back to a rock road.
Thank
then
you for
we're
your
doing
efforts on it, unless Commissioner Husted.
Are you, I mean,
Keep it at 45.
Okay.
I don't think changing that to 35 is gonna make a difference. I mean, I hate to say that, but I mean, they're gonna see the sign, they're gonna see it a couple of times, it's gonna be right back to where it was.
like I said, they were brought to you, so I want to make sure.
And I will call him and have this discussion as far as the study.
If you'd like to keep those, you can keep those to show them.
Sure.
There are 2 different, and they're by industry professionals. I did not make them, I just filled them out. So one is Federal Highway and one is the Indiana LTAP produced them.
Pass that along. Because he
So
knew
this is the,
at this point that we'd done that, so.
so did you just give us one copy of?
One copy of each, sorry.
So
we'll
you
get
can give
copies.
that, you can give that to.
Yeah.
As well, so I just, that way
I can make one copy, I can make copies if we need to.
No, that's okay.
All right. Okay. Then the Highway Safety Improvement Plan program, you would ask me to look into that a little bit. Low cost systematic safety improvements, road striping, there's some shoulder widening, there's odd and end things. The one that kind of drew my attention was some guardrail end treatments. So currently when we do our bridge inspections, we get dinged on our approaches and all our flared end sections. There are most of them, about 80 of them. If this is, and that's a truly a highway safety thing, so if there's a way that I can get those improved, that might be a great way of doing it with the contractor in. I've got to call into NDOT to run that by them to make sure. She sent me a response. I have questions based on the response that she gave me that I'm going to have to talk about. So, but I think that this could be an avenue to really maybe better our bridge and treatments.
So currently, some of ours will have bent steel, right? And it's just a one piece of steel and it gets curved. This would put a cap on the end that, what does it do? It,
divert it. It sends the car back into the lane of traffic and pushes, so it catches them, and it's not sending the metal through the car. That's kind of what it would do. There's different ways.
I think there's one on 231 that somebody must have put a good hit on, and it, I don't know, kind of shreds it. I don't know, what does it do? It just kind of disperses the
Energy, yeah.
the energy, so it's less, it's still gonna be a terrible wreck, possibly, but not as.
You're not sending metal straight to a vehicle. You're gonna glance them away, you're gonna disperse, and it's gonna crumble like a can. Drive it away. This is, that one caught my attention. I gotta do some more homework on that, but I will look into it, because I think it could work out for us.
Because the first time you gave us that bridge report when I was a commissioner, I'm like, we are failing on all of the, what is going on here? And we had that discussion, so I understand it now. But that'd be fine to do that. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I think it's still an 80-20, so we have to produce 20%, but we might be able to keep that within our budget. I have to look. So
No, I like that for sure.
that is all that I have.
I think I may have a screwed thing here somewhere. I've got a. All right, so what, this would be for you or Steve, both. So I think we had some talks about the loop road in Birdseye, because that road was going, and I think that, Steve, you mentioned to me that according to statute, any non-posted road is assumed to be 45 miles per hour. Is that still correct? I guess my thought was that from an enforcement standpoint, even too, I think a law enforcement officer may not know that rule, and the public may not know that rule. I didn't know that rule. I guess my initial thought is, can we post the speed limit on Loop Road at 45? That's what I'd like to do. I can say that I'm not super educated on it. You can tell me why it's not a good reason if it's not, or whatever.
We do not typically post on gravel roads. That has just been our statute. We don't, as a county, but I'm not saying it's not illegal. No, we can't do that. When you go into the asphalt portion of the loop road, which is the towns, I don't know if they have that posted at all or not, but 45 on that road that's way too much. Like I said, we can post. I'm not opposed to it. We just typically don't post on their gravel roads.
And I think most of their Birdseye's paved portion is basically one lane wide, so.
I think that's where the majority of the complaints are, to be honest with you, is on that asphalt portion.
We have an
Where it's-
update on that road, we have an
So
update,
it's an unofficial detour?
nothing?
Unfortunately, it's not an unofficial detour because it's an emergency closure, so they don't have to do an unofficial detour. That's what's getting us.
Their official detour put them on the interstate, if they had one.
Yes.
Right.
Correct, and they didn't have,
So we have never really declared it an unofficial detour, so.
it's just the public has.
And
I mean, just like anybody, they're gonna find the quickest way.
Yes, correct,
to get
that's
what
correct.
they get.
Yes, it's not a knock on the public, it's just saying that they have found their way, so.
Mr. Berg, you think it's a good idea to put speed limit signs up, or is that not worth the time it takes to do it?
I don't think it would, but the only thing you could do is when you turn off 145, put one immediately there. I think there's a paved portion that goes in maybe 100 feet
Tops.
or at a bridge there. You could put one there.
Well, what would be the speed limit sign, what would it be?
Well, if we post a road, we have to advertise it, and we have to.
Yeah.
Have to get it approved in a commissioner meeting, and we have to advertise it twice, so
But I think it's just like any other speed limit sign, whether they pay attention to it or not. I think it's just.
What would be the speed limit,
I think 45 is a little quick, to be honest with
you
you.
know?
I think it'd be 35. Just due to the fact it's a rock road with all those curves. Again, and you're driving into town.
Yeah.
So,
And the width of the road.
yeah.
Is this another one that you have to do the same thing you did on Meridian?
Yeah, it's a rock road. I'll have to find some equipment. And I'll have to find some lasers or something to count on that.
I don't wanna cause work that's not gonna do anything to improve public safety or I don't wanna do something just to be doing it.
Yeah.
But if I'm driving on a road, I always like looking to see what's the speed limit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I always stick with it, but I try to, I mean, I'm one of those, my wife gets on me. Because everybody passes me, you know, anywhere we go, I'm passed constantly, but I try to go the speed limit. And if I'm on a rock road, I don't know what that speed limit is. And if I'm a law enforcement officer, I don't know why I'm going to enforce it. It doesn't even give the law enforcement officer an opportunity to enforce it.
Yeah, because they still have the ability, I think, to write tickets based on something. You have to drive within a safe speed of the road, the train road you're on. There's no.
That's pretty vague.
Exactly, that's correct. But it's
Courts don't like vague, courts say.
So really on a rock road, what is a recommended speed?
If I go 40, I'm moving pretty quick on a rock road, me personally.
And you've got hills, you've got contours. There's a gravel road has got so much loose, you don't have good contact with the road surface. So, you know, in my opinion, I would say 10 miles slower than you would on an asphalt.
So really, we don't have any gravel road marked.
Correct.
Yeah, and if we did this one, we'd have to do it as a special instance being approved here at a commission meeting, so we don't all of a sudden change our standard for all of the gravel roads, because then you're talking about a lot of money.
But we don't have a standard.
No.
So really,
Our
people
standard is
should
not-
use their
not
own
disposed.
discretion.
Yeah, our standard is that we basically post on blacktops and most chip and seals.
Is it a written deal somewhere, or is it just something that's how we want it done?
I don't know.
That's something that we've done. I don't think
I don't know if
there's
it's
anything
actually
written. And that could be put into our highway policy book here as well. I mean, we could come up with that.
But Brent, you do, if I came out today and I said, hey, show me your, for lack of a better term, your speed limit book. I mean, there's a record somewhere that says Santine Road, this speed, Cusco Road, this speed. And you're just saying that whatever number of miles that we have for rock roads, nothing would be listed.
Nothing would be listed, yes.
And I remember when I was a driver's ed, that's what they taught us to if it's not posted, reasonable speed for the conditions. And I don't.
I mean, I get that your car may do better on rock roads than mine, so I mean, I get what you're saying.
But that basically means it's an unlimited speed limit. If you're gonna leave it up to the judgment of people with poor judgment.
Yeah, it is, I mean, there is 45 or 55, I don't know what the exact number is. There is a limit, but.
Yeah, I think we dealt with this once a long time ago, and we had looked it up, and the statute does claim that it's widely considered 45 if it's not posted.
Again, we can't, it's what we think, I gotta figure out some instruments to measure traffic count and speed. I don't know, I have to do some history looking on that.
Where are they on that state road?
They got months, yeah.
Months, yeah.
What road is that, 145?
145.
Again, if I ask you to do it, I know you can do it, but if I'm being silly or this is really ridiculous, then let me know, I'll move on.
I'm afraid it's gonna be similar to the Marine Road situation. We're gonna post it even if we posted at 35, are they gonna listen? If there's not people patrolling it, to be honest with you.
Right, but that's the part I like about this, it at least gives them something to travel.
Yeah.
If they say. Because if I drove through a stretch of 1,000 yards of road and there was no speed limit sign, and somebody tried to, an officer pulled me over, I'd feel like I had a good argument to say. No posted limit. I thought I was driving reasonable. If there's at least a sign, the officer say, well, you drove by it. That's the only difference I see with this one. So if somebody's driving 55, law enforcement has to get something to point at.
Correct.
So anyway, just consider it. We'll leave it at that.
And we have, on that particular road, we have put additional signage up, kind of indicating the bypass for 64. We're trying to send truck traffic up to Conservation Club Road for Birdseye Conservation Club, send them around that way, because that road's in much better shape to handle bigger trucks than it is going around the loop. I had gotten a call from someone in the Birdseye area where a big truck got in there couldn't negotiate the curves, drove through ditches, took down fence, hit a water valve.
And most of that was actually in town.
And that was all in town,
That was
but
in town.
Isn't there a 90-degree turn on?
Several,
yeah.
That's still blacktop there.
Mhm. So-
Was I doing any?
We tried to do what we could to direct
Get it someplace else.
big trucks out.
Very important. I think they've got no truck signs on there. I think they do.
Have you seen 145 to see what it looks like down there? Have you
Hadn't
looked?
changed.
Yeah, they haven't.
Really?
They had a plan,
Yes.
then the plan went kaput.
Yep.
So it's been sitting until
That's
they get a
right.
plan.
That's exactly right.
That's a short version
That's
of
a
it.
short version. That's a good version.
We're gonna get on it, we're gonna get on it, this plan doesn't work, we're gonna sit, do nothing until we get a plan. And so that's the area they're in now.
That's on Indo.
So
But
I,
as a person that lives around here, the calls I got were, what's going on, why is this doing this? You know, people just know that the government hasn't fixed the road.
I feel for them, I really do.
I
But,
can imagine, because it's been that way how long?
all time.
So that's why they're using the loop, I can see that.
Oh, yeah, I can't.
All right, here's another road issue. So on that one, just think about it. If you think it ends up being a good idea that it'll improve safety in any way or enforceability, please add the sign if you don't.
I'll see if I can locate some traffic counters, speed sensors.
My next one is I think we've all been made aware of this, but I'm saying it for the public's information. The Indiana Department of Transportation intends to proceed with a project involving the construction of a new roundabout, State Road 56 and County Road 350 West intersection. They're in the early coordination phase. They're talking about environmental reviews. They do this every time to make sure that they're aware of all the conditions on the ground that we may know better than they are. So if us as a county has any feedback, we would provide it. And I think even if you're a citizen and you have feedback,
That's correct.
you can provide that to the state as well.
Yeah.
For the public's information, that's the one across from near Shiloh Church and Bush Ketters.
We actually had a early coordination meeting last Wednesday. That was a very productive meeting. Kind of introduced everybody, we threw out obstacles that we saw even for bypass traffic that's gonna go around where this project's going on. So it was City of Jasper was involved, police, fire chief, engineer, myself. NDOT had 3 people on there. They had a consultant. It was a good meeting. Bush Ketters had a representative there, and Charlotte Church had a representative there.
Oh, nice.
So it was a good meeting. It was.
Is there a solution for getting people around while they're doing construction?
Not a good one.
Not a good-
But, yeah, ideally, we're probably gonna run people up 500 through Ireland, then down 300 into town. That's probably where people are gonna go. NDOT understands that.
Okay, so there's no we're gonna go around it.
They will keep the traffic moving through on 56, but going up north of Bush Ketters or south down 350 it won't happen just because of traffic, just because of construction. But they can at least get traffic keep going down 56. But if you have to go to Bush Ketters, you'll come down Cheater and down, or 500, 300, 350 and down. You're going to have to work that way. Shiloh Church will have their east entrance will remain open so that people from Jasper can come in. And then the south entrance is gonna be open majority of the time, and maybe a few days where it's closed, but they're gonna work around the Sundays.
So we think they'd be okay.
Yeah, and the pastor seemed understanding on it, and was okay with it.
Is that 350 east?
350 west.
I think that's all I have for highway issues and road issues.
Do we have any updates at Brettsville roundabout?
This fall, this utility relocation is this fall.
Okay.
So is that meaning that Brettsville is further along or?
Further along, yes, further along. Bush Ketter 350 is 26 construction. Yeah, 26 construction.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, let's keep moving here. County credit card travel policy. So there's been an issue, there have been issues in the past that have been brought up, and I've had a discussion with the auditor's office on that. That when you go to do when you're traveling, when one of our staff is traveling for a conference or for some other purpose, sometimes it's inconvenient or you get hassle from the hotel or something for using a county check. And out of our recent Association of Indiana Counties magazine, they had this listed on here. To pay by a county issued check for the upcoming conference in August, the hotel must receive your check a minimum of 10 days business days prior to your check-in with a copy of your state issued tax exempt form. And when opting for that payment, the hotel requests a list of attendees with their respective dates. And they want to, I think they're just tired of messing with them and they want to make it. It's hard, it slows down the process when you check in and you've got checks and things instead of having it on the card ahead of time.
The problem we have with the card is, you make a reservation, it's under our county card. They have room service, they do movies, they do anything, it's on our county card. Just telling you some of the issues we're gonna have. Or people book the room and then they decide, oh, I'm gonna take off my night, and then they don't cancel, and then we still get charged. And that card's gotta be paid, because it's not that's why we prefer book it on your personal card and then we'll reimburse you. Because then you're liable for the damage, for the, whatever you do to that room. That's not county business. Just giving you some of the issues we have on our side.
I'm with you, I'm just thinking if I could see there'd be some employee that would say, I'm putting it on my card, you're making me go, or it's part of my workload to do this. I know when we go up, it's like, it's my personal Discover card, which makes sense in one aspect, because I'm gonna be responsible for any damage. But I don't know if we can really, if that's fair to say, employee, put it on your private card. What if they don't have a card, or what if they're?
Especially if it's a mandatory.
I get both sides, trust me, I
do too.
travel too, I get it.
I get it.
How would it work if we had
It's just, what are we gonna do when we have a credit card due, and we don't have a claim that goes with it, or we don't have a bill that goes with it, or somebody doesn't go and it's those kind of issues that we have to know what we're gonna do before we do this. Because I have somebody right now who wants the credit card this afternoon, if you guys approve it.
How would we do it if someone makes a claim that we disallow, and you've already made the payment? So if we've had that, it's not been very often, but somebody with the hand lotion, is that one of them? People were buying some kind of toiletry that wasn't approved by the Board of Commissioners, and so they had to reimburse the county for that money. So
Or if you order movies in a hotel room, just use that. How are you gonna get that money back? What do we have over them to get it? Because it's already paid for on the card.
part of me thinks we have to take, I don't like taking any more risk than we need to, but part of me thinks eventually we're gonna have to. So, you have any thoughts on it?
Those are not allowable expenses, I'm just telling you.
No, I agree.
Or they order room service and have a six-pack brought. I mean, I'm just telling you, that's against county policy.
Well, and in that case, it would be like any other claim, right? One of these folks, let's just say Department A buys something on Amazon, and we say, you're not allowed to buy that product. Then, I mean, we would do the same thing there we would with this, right? We would get their claim, and if the claim isn't allowable, they'd be responsible for it.
You have to come up with some kind of policy that they don't have to sign before. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's hard enough to get the receipts back from hotels right now.
True.
I mean, it's
Because
becoming
I've
more
run
and more
into
difficult.
that. Yeah, I've run into that.
I mean, I had that problem, I know the rule was. Any comments from employees? From you two? I mean, you travel.
The checks are, I've heard some, Kyle Jones, when he went up for CDL training, they would not accept a check. He had to put it on his, actually, he refused to put it on his debit card. That's all he had. He didn't have a credit card, so we actually had to give him mine, and he put it on my credit card.
How do you feel about burdening taking the burden of the risk?
I mean, this is my first place of employment where I had to use my personal credit card to book a hotel. Even when I worked down in Ward County, we used the county card.
So what did they do if you would have done something? in-
Bill me, then I got billed.
Do we have the right to
They
garnish
did
their
it.
wages? Do we, I mean,
They billed me, and I paid her. I never had to do that, but I know of another employee that did, and he just paid the right way. Got rid, because he messed up. So his was a breakfast he had.
So with this, would we, and that's another issue, will we have, well, I guess it would be okay if they filled out the proper paperwork, but if we went down to breakfast or road school, put it on room 1302, as long as we brought back the paperwork, it'd be no different than having separate claims for those items, I guess.
right.
Except the credit card would have a limit. No, I'm with you, I don't wanna do anything crazy. I guess I favor doing it. If all things are considered. Is
Well,
there,
we'd have to definitely amend the card policy now because it's not in there now.
I don't know how else you could do this.
do you have a copy of the card policy? And this is in the handbook currently, not this policy, but
That's our policy.
the rules that. What if it is in the handbook, is there a credit card policy, you would go to
I
that?
think that's what's in there, it's been a while since I read it.
So when you check in, does anybody know if
'Cause I
Say
can't
the
hand out 6 credit cards and have them all
If the
floating.
prosecutor's office says, we're going to Lafayette for 3 days, 3 rooms this time, will the auditor, should we have them come to the auditor's office, say, okay, you can set up the travel arrangements with you? And if so, that's fine. But will they then need to take the physical card with them to the hotel?
That's what I was wondering. Do we have the ability? I'm asking. Do we have the ability to build a card for the room, and then any incidentals can be put on a different card?
Can go on
Like our own?
personal card.
I mean, serious. I don't know that answer.
I don't know that answer either.
You mean whenever we call it the Holiday Inn, we say, this card is only for the thing?
Yeah,
If there's any other stuff, and
Yeah.
again, you may go into that same situation where an employee says, I'm not putting anything on my card.
Right.
Well, see, if you're putting the incidentals on a personal credit card, it's purchases being made by that individual. It's not really on the county. If you're using the card to hold the room,
Well, I sent this to you guys too. This was with the state board of accounts. I mean, there's things on here that I have to keep a log of all the expenses. If you start letting people take a credit card, I have no control over that.
If they physically have it in their possession and.
So each department, as far as, like if they attend a conference or whatever the case may be, then you're not booking each.
I'm not doing anything.
You're
I'm
not
not
doing
doing
any of that. A department head doesn't come to you and say, hey, I've got so-and-so going to this conference on such and such day. Here's where we're gonna stay.
They book it all and send us the information. So we can write a check for them to take along. But they booked it with their own card.
So our current policy says the card will remain in the possession of the auditor.
Because we have one card that's been authorized. And you have to have an ordinance, says you have to have an ordinance, and you have to do what that ordinance says. I think the ordinance. That might be our ordinance.
The county auditor shall obtain, hold, and maintain a credit card issued by a bank acceptable to the county auditor to be used time to time by county employees authorized by the auditor solely for the purchase of materials or services required for the county when invoicing is not available. Such a card shall be delivered by the county auditor to an employee for a single use and shall be returned immediately to the auditor following such use.
And I keep a log of who has it, what they spent, what the vendor per this.
And when you use it, then you're supposed to give the county auditor an itemized receipt for the items purchased.
Is when the bill's due.
Can the department heads have a card and then they will be booking those? And
We change our policy, the more cards you got, the more tracking you've got to do,
And the more liability you take on.
the more opportunity you'd have for somebody to do something silly.
I think when they established this, they got rid of all those other ones that were out there.
Right, because some offices had credit cards that nobody knew about.
Right. And we're not authorized.
So do you have if we are going to allow people to start using a credit card to book their hotel rooms, do you have a recommendation of any of those additional things we need to consider that, I mean, are there anything you say we must have this sort of policy in place?
Well, it says in this, you have to, the credit card must be used specifically for what is stated in the ordinance. So you have to put in the ordinance what they're allowed to do with it. If they're outside of that, then
So we would create or amend the current ordinance. Well, I guess the ordinance that we have allows for it. It allows for use.
credit cards must not be used to bypass the accounting system. So that means you can't go out and just buy something with a card. You have to go through the claims process to pay. That's why.
But it says when invoicing isn't available, so like we can't go to the Holiday Inn and say bill us.
Right.
I guess I just wanna know how it would functionally work. Would we say,
That's right.
Stuart, you're traveling, come get the credit card, do with it, or get your things together? Or would we have things come down to the auditor's office, so you can schedule it in your office, you may need possession?
Now, the other thing about the credit card is I keep a log because I do get fraud alerts and it says these last 3 things have been done on your credit card. Do you approve or deny? And I have to know then, do I say yes or no? If I say yes, it goes through. If I say no, it's gonna stop it.
it's gonna shut the card off.
Right.
Do we want to,
Could I speak
yeah,
on?
just one moment, would we want to allow it on a temporary basis and let whoever this person is that has it today, let them try it, let another person try it, and if we see problems with it, then we put the kibosh on it. If they don't, then we can more massage the process. Would that be acceptable to you?
I mean, I just wanna know what to do if it goes wrong.
If it goes wrong, we would ask Greg what our limits are, but I would assume we would start by saying, you rented this movie and you had room service that wasn't allowable, you didn't bring us a receipt. So like me, I didn't turn in a receipt from my last thing, so I just paid out of my pocket. Right, I wasn't able to make the claim, so tough for me.
But what do we do to get that money from the employee?
You would start by just probably an email request, and then if they didn't pay, then that's when we would move it up the ladder and probably attach it to them somehow. I think Greg would have to answer what are
Just
allowed.
things that we're gonna have to do and have to know what to do.
Sure. Mr. Wilson, what's your comment?
Well, so we travel at our department. We go to attend conferences. Every employee uses their own credit card, just like I do. Sometimes it kind of bites you because that credit card bill is due before you get your reimbursement check. It just happened to me last month. You just have to be prepared. And I caution our employees, hey, you're not going to get paid till this time frame, just so you know that balance. So you're either going to have to figure it out, or it's up to them to decide. And they kind of agree to those rules. It's pretty harsh sometimes if you're talking $600, $700, $800.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a sizable amount, that's a big ask on on the employee.
Well, we
The
can try to,
alternative is, if I take a card, I've got that card for the week. Well, nobody else has that card then for that week. Because if I book a room on a card, they're gonna wanna see that card when I check in. They're gonna run that card.
They are.
That was my question, I didn't know how that worked.
The last time I tried checks on a previous, like booked and got a check from Sandy's office, that hotel looked at me like I had a horn going out of my head trying to present them with the check and actually refused to take it. And I had to go to some manager that wasn't even there that day and wait till the next day before they would approve.
Right.
And then, so to get checked in that day, I still had to present my own card. And I was like, well, it's the last time I do the check thing. I just wasn't gonna mess with it because it was just a waste of everybody's time. It's also work at Sandy's office to do that as well, because I'm still gonna have a claim when I get back from where I'm at for my per diem, for whatever I eat. So it's just, I don't think there's a really easy workable solution. There never has been that I'm aware of. I agree. As a taxpayer, I don't like the idea of the county having 18 credit cards out there. That's dangerous. I don't know how I would feel as a department head about giving that to an employee.
Can the department heads manage that? And like if you got 3 employees that's going to training and you book their hotels and stuff like that, or not?
My preference, and that's one more thing on the department head.
Well, I
I've
agree.
got a full plate already. I just assume an employee take care of it themselves.
But then again, just like you said, though,
Yeah,
you've got
sometimes you're gonna
somebody
need it.
$600, $700, $800.
Well, I think though that if they came back, we could work on maybe doing a mid-one or
I
something.
mean,
We
I could have
work on it.
asked to walk a claim through quicker if I was terribly worried about it. If it was a large amount, I wouldn't want to do it for $100. But if it's, I don't know, I've had some that were I think I had one over $500 or $600. That's quite a bit to ask for an employee to be tied up with that expense, Not
And
every
that's not-
employee necessarily has a credit card either. I think we have at least 2 employees at our place that do not have a credit card. They have their debit card, their bank card, and
not
that is
credit
it.
card.
So, we've always been able to find a solution since I've been at 911 and in all my time at the sheriff's office as well when I traveled. It was workable. I wouldn't say it was ideal, but we kind of made do, and I think we made do safely with it being limited on who can do what.
And again, is it whoever the first person is to come to you? What if 911 and the sheriff's department and community corrections all have something on the first weekend in
Well, I mean,
July?
like you said, I don't really want people to take it for a week.
Right.
And then,
But those are gonna be the biggest
But
ones. Those are the ones that would be
Right.
the biggest benefit to the
Right.
employee to
But
have.
the thing is if I had maybe 2 copies of one, I mean, I don't know, I have to go to the bank. But you still have the issue of, if it's in my purse and I grab to get gas and I stick it in not realizing, oh, it's the wrong card. or-
And like Chad said too, it forces, when it's their own money, it forces the employees to smartly manage their receipts.
And they
If
do.
you don't have that hanging over their head that, hey, I know I'm not gonna get paid back for this if I don't get this receipt or get this correct bill, to get an itemized bill, to get one if it's something that needs to be tax exempt, to make sure it's tax exempt, to take those extra steps because it's your money out of your pocket. I guarantee you that people are a lot more thorough.
I agree
Than
with
if it
that.
were not that way, they could just simply hand in a card. That's all I have to say. Just, as a person that's done that for a very long time, it's not ideal.
Yeah, you got a credit card that's not yours, it's gonna be a lot easier to go
Well, you're
to
gonna-
those steakhouses and
You're gonna get,
knowing that you're not gonna have that.
you're gonna get credit card receipts back that are not itemized, is what's
If you
gonna
get
happen.
them back.
Yeah, if you get them home. You're not
When the
gonna,
bill's due, we gotta pay it or we get,
sure.
Like right now, people know they have to bring in those receipts or else.
I've never had an employee make a big complaint. They have grumbled about the time on the reimbursement. That I would say pretty small potatoes as far as the grumblings of negative things for being a county employee. That's pretty far down the list. It doesn't cause it. It's not a consistent sore spot with my staff. It may be different at other departments.
The grumbling that would happen if the policy was and all the employees were fine, with just put on your own credit card, then we take the tax. Right? That's how they, that's
Not on the
how,
hotels.
when I stayed in,
Some hotels do, some don't, it just depends on the hotel.
when I was in Indianapolis, they said, because they were giving me a hard heck about the check, right? I said, I'll just put on my Discover card, I don't care. What's on the exemption form, the name has to be on the credit card. That's the Du Bois County, that paper needs to say Du Bois County exempt, they have to match. They said, so again, it was a situation where I said, it's not worth the hassle. I'm gonna eat the $24 in tax because it's easier for me to use my credit card.
I've not had that experience. I've been successful on just, actually, the last few times, emailing the tax exempt form to them and they've accepted it without question.
I did have that same situation last year, kind of the three of us. It was kind of, I took that check in and they were like, what the fuck is this? And I finally got a manager in there and he'd been there long enough that he knew what it was and it was legit, but they were questioning pretty hard. And then I was put in that position though, because when you said, well, let's just forget it, put it on here, well, then you lose your tax exemption.
Well, I just traveled for the auditors and they took our checks. A lot of people have, so it just depends on the hotel and the organization and the.
And it depends on who you're
And the
talking to.
training,
at that hotel.
so. It's just.
I think if you're going to a training that's all government,
They know.
they know, there's no problem, they're gonna have tons of people doing it, but if you're going to a one-off hotel, it's like yourself or a specific department.
Are you okay if we try to say, we're gonna do it on a temporary basis, we'll allow somebody, a couple people to try this, let's see how the process plays out. If they bring back the right receipts, it takes care of it.
Well, the other issue I'm gonna have is if I give the credit card to somebody gone for 3 or 4 days, nobody else can use it, because it's gone.
You could use it for online purchases or whatever that would just need the data off of it, but anybody that would need to take it to swipe wouldn't have it unless in such time we get.
People do take it out of the, they check it out, it's checked out almost every day.
Last month, I had to take it several times for wellness, so.
You've done it,
Yeah.
and I keep a log, I have a whole sheet of it.
And do we need to do a policy, maybe add to the policy to say when in use for travel, it is only to be used for hotel room only?
You'd have to put that in the ordinance, and if they violate it, what are you gonna do to get it? Because I need something to suck it back.
You ever thought, do we want her to let us, like whoever this employee is that wants to use it today, should we let them use it, do a trial run, and then we will concurrently work on cleaning up the ordinance?
We could try it, see what happens. At this point, I don't know on apples.
I think the ordinance as it sits would allow for its use, but I think we could make it, we tighten it up.
It's the what ifs that I wanna know. I don't care if they use it, it's the what happens when.
Okay, so that's what we'll do, you have at least the consent of us to try it out, and then I'll work with Greg, I'll give him a couple tips on improving that ordinance, so that wouldn't happen until the next meeting. Okay, let's move on. 11:30, AIG Valley Corporate Retirement Plan. Mr. Rhodes,
Yes.
Human Resources.
Market Road Human Resources. As you're aware, when I came to county, we had a slew of benefit offerings, multiple of the same life insurance, retirement, and whatnot. We've done a good job. We're trying to consolidate those down to prevent confusion for the employee on new hire orientation or open enrollment, what product best suits them and their families. So today, the one retirement option I'm working to seek commissioner approval for today is to terminate. The plan is the Core Bridge retirement. So a little history, it was brought to the county before my time years ago as AIG. Of course, the AIG scandal, most employees jumped out of that years ago. Then it went transition to VALIC, and then most recently now it's called Core Bridge. So It's been around the globe a few times on the name of it, but we haven't allowed new enrollments in this particular retirement plan probably 3 years. I come to commissioners, sought approval to eliminate that plan as an offering, which we did do, but we did not terminate it totally out. So existing members, existing employees are still able to payroll contribute to this plan currently. So right now I've got 4 employees that I reached out to that was still with this Core Bridge group. All 4 were open to going to a different option because right now we've got the Perf, we've got Hoosier Stars, we've got Nationwide that we offer to county employees, all county employees. Since my conversation with those 4, 2's dropped out, so now we've only got 2 people that's in this Core Bridge plan currently. The other 2, they jumped into Hoosier Star. And me along with another one of the other employees. So I've spent hours trying to get a hold of them on the phone. We have no account manager. It's just a account that's out there because we had no customer support, so we're on an 800 number trying to get answers, and it's not convenient. I talked to the employee that has stopped contributing. He's wanting to move his funds, and he's struggling as well. And I mean, it's poor customer service at best, is what I would rank it as. So again, I'm just requesting commissioners terminate the Core Bridge retirement plan. I would say the last payroll deduction for employees in that plan would be the payroll paid out June 21st. Unless there's extended deadlines on the behalf when the plan administrator has to start that process, which is the auditor. I did get that out of them, their 800 number. So if we decide to terminate the plan, they've got a real bizarre way of operating. You have to send them an email, and then they'll give us the paperwork to officially terminate it. So, that's all I've got.
Any comments?
No.
I am agreeable with his request. I'll move that we terminate the Core Bridge retirement plan with the last deduction to be approximately June 24th or as soon thereafter as practicable.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you.
Records Library and position, Clerk Kippenbrock.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I am,
You said the final?
With the last deduction on the June 24th.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm Amy Kippenbrock, County Clerk. Looks like Jackie McFerrin from the Recorder's Office is here. So the Records Librarian has, Cindy Fairbach has been hired in at the Clerk's Office as one of our deputy clerks. In the past, we've talked about that position being a part-time position. I think we've done a lot of work to get to where we are today as far as what's in the Records Library and what that position has done for the Clerk's Office and the Records Library, or the Recorder's Office. So with that change, I am requesting that the commissioners make that a part-time position going forward once Cindy transitions to the Clerk's Office. I think there's been lots of conversation with HR on how that position is coded and how it's what the duties of that office is. I think we've kind of come to some job duties as far as Cindy's recommendations with her leaving. Should do less, that records librarian position going forward would do less for the clerk's office than it does today. It would just really be more of a public service position for somebody to be available when the public comes into the records library. So I don't know how, I feel like I have several things on this topic to say. So how to make those hours, what those hours would be if you're in favor of doing a part-time position. The recommendation that I got from Cindy from the records library traffic flow today is to go to 3 days a week, full days, 8 to 4, 3 days a week for the remainder of 2024. And then in 25, it could go to 2 days a week, full days. The the records library or the recorder's office and Cindy from the records library, they know some of the more regular researchers that come in. So we could kind of communicate, hey, we're making this change in hours, so they could adjust and come on the days that we're open.
Next year would be, what days are we talking? Tuesday,
She recommended, for this year, she recommended Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I don't know if she had a recommendation, she just said to go less come next year would be fine. I did email out, I feel like I copied you on it, all the department heads or the people in the courthouse that might be affected by it, the court offices. They didn't think that it was gonna affect them in any way. The auditor's office and the recorder's office both, said they didn't have staff to go down there if somebody comes in for one of their requests, that we should still have a body. A part-time body would be fine probably for their needs. I think my biggest concern is if we make it a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we're not open on Tuesday and Thursdays, we have to make a hard decision on when are we going to then still service the public who comes in on Tuesday and Thursdays that want to get something out of there. I think that it's a transition period, and I fully support that Cindy should be, we get a new person in and we train them, but then what happens on those Tuesdays and Thursdays? I don't want Cindy to be dedicated on Tuesday and Thursdays to go downstairs if that's where we go to with this position, to my employee in the clerk's office be the only one to be bothered by that. I think that we should say, here's our hard date and we're not open on Tuesday and Thursdays and they have to come back. She says she thinks it'll be fully fine. Like it's gonna be a rare occurrence that it's gonna be a problem on a Tuesday or Thursday.
I think we have a single person, from my experience, once in a while that said, I drove here from Terre Haute to look at my family's genealogy. I didn't, but we can't control it. They need to look at what time we
I think if we post it on our website and it's on the door, like we can do all we can do.
If we have somebody who needs a deed or a plot or something, we take them down, we do it. It's the spending 3 and 4 hours
For the
down there.
genealogy.
You just don't have time for that.
We would, the way I look at it was we would have official hours, whatever those would be, Tuesday, Thursday, 8 to 4 every week next year. And other times would be at the discretion of the office holder. Because we have to have somebody down there with them.
Yes,
It's not gonna be, we're gonna say,
You don't want that.
we trust you, go ahead.
I think the normal the researchers that are coming will adjust fine, especially from what Cindy Fairbach had said about those that come normally or regularly that are researching some things, but the genealogy. And she said a lot of times people that are going to come and spend many hours doing some work will call ahead, and they'll know. So I think they understand that there could be posted days and times that we're open. So I think the other part of this, besides the hours and the times, is the pay. So the commissioners and the clerk's perpetuation fund currently pays the records librarian. I believe we would leave that as it is for the new part-time person. But then in 2025, the clerk's perpetuation fund would not fund that position because they're not scanning and they're not doing the direct impact of the things that we've done in the past, which I think based on what the commissioners have budgeted for this position currently, just for the salary part of it, would still be able to be reduced in the next year for those part-time hours. So I think it's fine, but I just want to be clear that I do not plan on putting that in the clerk's perpetuation budget for next year if we make this change.
I'm fine with everything that you said. Mr. Rhodes, if you.
Yeah, I agree. Me and Amy, we've done some discussion, and like she mentioned, well, we get further deeper in it, but we ran the numbers from where we think we would see it going, and yeah, for 2025, it would be less on the commissioner's budget. Anyway.
We're gonna come out ahead because.
The benefits.
Right. Our share of the wages plus the benefits, will be less than that.
Yes.
So it seems like it's, because initially, 6 years ago, or however many it's been now, we said, can we eliminate the position?
Yeah.
So I think this puts us in a good place.
Jackie, did you have anything to add as far as researchers or from your office perspective? I think it's a bigger impact to the recorder's office than it is to the clerk's office at this point.
It just, ours is getting less and less, so it's no way to gauge.
Yeah.
For me, when they're gonna come in, I'll tell them the days and we'll just have to adhere to it.
Yeah.
The remainder of the year, somebody comes to your office on a Tuesday, say, I'm sorry, that office is closed, or.
No, if
or
we're
if
enough
you can't
people,
do
we'll
it.
go downstairs with them. We will do our best to try to accommodate
We're here to serve the public, we do our best, but
Yeah.
if you can't.
Yep.
So I would say that we, just get in the books here that we're gonna approve making these changes. We'll have to, before we officially approve a new job description, wage scale, any of those things, that'll be another time. But I think for today, we can at least approve our consent for the idea in a general sense that we're gonna be hiring for a. So do you feel that you're in a spot where you're prepared to hire a part-time person for the remainder of the year?
I mean, we could probably move on it today, yeah, me and Amy's discussed, if we go part-time, which we think we are, we've got a job description basically ready to go, we just gotta we know what we're gonna put and remove, so.
Yeah.
And then we discussed, right now it's Comont 3, we discussed, I see it going to Comont 2, and funding it, what we discussed.
The lowest on that Comont 2 scale would be $13.12.
$13.12 an hour, which is below Comont 2.
Up to 1904, I think was the high end.
That's the scale.
Right.
Today, this year's for that position or for that classification, yeah, for the Comont 2.
So Mr. Rose, if you were to hire, somebody comes in, what are we gonna tell them for a wage, depending on your experience, or are we gonna say, or are you saying you wanna start at the low end?
Start at the low end.
Really, you think we'll get somebody qualified for $13?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't see it, but.
Mr. Rose, what were your thoughts?
I mean, that's the direction we got from Marky.
Yeah, I'd say let's try it, yeah, so.
You're gonna have a lot of turnover because they're gonna get something better or they're gonna.
I have a person in mind that was working part-time in the records library last year that she might be interested in. She made less than that last year, so. I mean, I think that's a place to start, and I would.
But if they do a great job in 3, or, at some point, we can raise it.
Yeah, I think definitely in the 2025 budget, then we put that's one thing I've been complaining and arguing with the council on, it's, we got a min and a max, but there's no way to report that min and max, and that's a frustration part for, I know, a lot of department heads as well. But, whatever that actual is, if it is that 1309, I think that's where we have to lock in for 24, and then we can adjust it to 25.
So for next year's budget, for example, we could say, ask the council to give us money for $16.50 an hour, times the number of hours we think. Then we can pay anything less than that.
Let the department head manage it, the employees performing, and we do them.
That's the other, who do we look at that's gonna be a part?
I run all the payroll and the vacation days and
You're okay with me?
things like that. Whenever Cindy has any communication on days that she's taking off, she usually emails both me and Jackie, just to keep us in the loop because of who's coming into the records library. But I run the payroll and keep track of her hours, if you will.
So Mr. Rhodes, that'll have to go on the description, right? Supervised by such and such?
Yes.
So I'm okay with moving forward today with it. If,
I'm good.
okay, so just for the records then, tell me if this sounds right. I'll make the motion that we take the records librarian position to a part-time position as soon as practicable. The hours for the remainder of 2024 will be 3 times a week, an 8-hour shift per day with a 1-hour lunch, like all other offices.
So it's 21 hours a week.
Yes.
Again, beginning as soon as practicable.
Where is the records library?
And then this position, I guess, to keep this long motion going, we'll add in that the commissioners will approve this position for 2 days a week in 2025.
So you're gonna cut it down to another date next year?
Right, I
That's
think
the plan.
that's what the plan would be. So 2 days a
So
week
3 days a week in 24 and 2 days a week in 25?
Yes.
to transition it. You agree with the motion or you?
Good.
Okay. Look for a second.
Sorry.
Change.
Any other discussion from anyone in attendance?
Is that effective immediately or?
As soon as we can make it happen.
Okay.
So I would say probably wouldn't be immediately, because
Well, I
Cindy's
could,
still there working, right? That's still
Yes.
her position as of today.
I'd like to take her as soon as I can get her for
Yeah,
clerk's
that's why I
office.
said as soon as practicable,
Okay.
so it is.
So
Okay, I think, go
So
ahead.
I'm gonna have to go to council and get a salary ordinance to change this position. We need tonight, so
Can you even do it?
I mean, I can go to the council if I can get on their agenda and talk to them about it.
I just gotta get the paperwork ready. So you're changing it to Coma 2.
Yes.
I mean, it would be nice if you had a date, like, we're gonna do this as of the next pay, we're gonna do this, so we have a clean.
That's fine, we can do it on the next payroll. Like, I think that we're in the middle of our payroll now.
Well, today we started the new, yeah.
Started July 1st.
Well, if you start it clean,
We start it today.
I don't care, I mean, just.
You say when it'll work for your office, and you can still work it however you need to, because you're paying part of it, we're paying part of it.
So it'll still be paid out of the same line item, and you wanna go down to $13.12 an hour? The bottom of the Coma 2?
I think that's what that's what.
I just wanna make sure I'm understanding everything.
If we fail to find someone that will work for that amount, if we're still at a COMA 2, I come back and say we want to pay them more, we have the money in the budget
It's still-
for 22.
Right, but if I do a salary ordinance, that's gonna cap.
I wouldn't
We
cap
don't
it.
want to cap it at 13.12.
Or 13, whatever, I would cap it at that.
Have it at the max.
That would have,
That's what it should be anyway.
you'd have a range, wouldn't you? On your,
Well, it's $13.12 to $19.09.
So cap it at 1909.
You have enough money in there to pay
Yes.
them.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
30 days a week in 2023.
Right. So whatever you
I guess
guys.
I'm a little, I don't understand why 3 days a week now and 2 days a week next year, why don't just do the same and do whatever?
Cindy's recommendation was it was a transition for researchers to get used to that. Those that come in regularly.
Gives people more options as we take away the options out. We can inform the public.
So I'll work on writing up a press release, and we've made a list of who that we need to talk to with Cindy as far as regular researchers to communicate to those regulars that come in.
Because you're ready to have her as soon as possible, but we're still gonna need to keep it open for, until we get the new person in, so as fast as you two can make it happen, it's gonna be fine with us.
Just for clarification, you approved going to a part-time once we get the new person in.
That's how I was
Okay.
understanding.
Okay.
Well, if she's transitioning to your office today, then it's empty down there.
Well, it's not empty. I want to be flexible, and I want us to
Yeah.
make sure that we're covering the needs that we have in the records library. It would be my thought that if we could make this all happen and we approve it, then she could come to our office on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She could transition to her new position, and then she will help in the records library until we get the transition made.
That works for me.
We would send out notification to regulars that starting next week that they'll be closed on Tuesday and Thursday.
But she could work down there and still be your deputy.
I need her in my office to do the deputy work I have upstairs. She can't do that work from downstairs.
You're her supervisor, and if you'll help to.
If we just be flexible, I think
Yes.
there's also a transition period, even if she's there and we have a part-time person, until that part-timer is fully up to speed, like she will definitely be helping and training and making sure that they're fully able to do that role. Yeah, I mean, I think that's common sense on my part, but just so I'm sharing that I feel like that's common sense and that we'll be doing that, but we also have to take care of stuff that's going on in the clerk's office, so.
I'm agreeable with everything that you've said so
Okay.
far.
You have what you need to, Sandy?
I think so. Okay. I'll reach back out.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
All right,
Have a good day. Thanks.
Mr. Wilson.
Good morning. Afternoon. Morning.
Still morning for company?
Stuart Wilson from Du Bois County 911. I'm here to speak about some radio tower infrastructure items that need replaced and upgraded. This follows, no information has changed since the email that I sent to you.
Brandon, if you want to go, you're welcome to. I don't think I have anything else for highway department the
And
rest of the day.
And don't dismantle it, just leave it go and I'll take care of it, because I gotta be in the.
Yeah, we're still streaming, so.
The only thing I would say with you is we've got the DuBois County Weed Control Board coming up. And yeah, I just wanted to say that for the public. They're gonna meet Wednesday, July 10th at 10 a.m. at the highway department, right?
Yep.
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Shane, if you don't mind, let me know where to find out from Michael.
Okay, okay.
Sorry about that, Mr. Lopez, you want?
Oh, you're okay.
Want to let them get back to their business. Okay, so we're here to talk about the emergency radio.
Yeah, this, the information that I sent in an email on June 7th has not changed, other than the repairs have been made. Those parts, the used parts that were purchased through the vendor in Georgia have been delivered and installed, and we are back fully operational. That vendor went ahead and purchased 2 of that particular item, so we do have a physical spare on hand. Of course, the vendor pointed out in his communication that was no cost to the county, which, is taken care of as part of our maintenance contract with him, which I certainly think is appropriate and a good gesture on his part when he's asking to do 180. $185,000 in work. This is some equipment that we've been eyeing for about, probably a little over a year. About 1 year ago, Advanced Radio invited us to go to a vendor meeting in Chandler that was hosted by the manufacturers of these items. And I did have some radio coverage maps that they provided showing an improvement to our coverage. Some of our overlap areas will be vastly improved, which is what has caused the loudest complaints from our firemen. There's certain areas that are covered by 2 different tower sites. And when you get in that overlap area, it's almost like trying to listen to 2 things at one time. And the pagers sound, however, the audio quality is not as good as I would expect. And it led to some complaints that we talked about last year with at least one council member. And I had even brought it up in January to the 911 advisory board that we kind of had a plan that we were looking to do, and I just wanted to wait. Well, when parts failed and we found out that there are no more parts, we can't wait anymore. It's not, it became an emergency situation. If we can't page our firemen, that also means we can't page an ambulance. An ambulance is easy because they've got a phone and we can just call them and say, hey, we can't call 30 guys on St. Anthony Fire Department and say, hey, I need you to go to this house, it's on fire, or this person needs CPR. The time delays are poor, and the city did step up with their dispatch. And we were able to get the work of the day done until we were back up and running. But it just really changed my opinion about the speed that we need to address this. It's a big spend, but it is a modernization of a lot of our processes that were purchased in 2016. Equipment that we have now was not new style equipment in 2016. It was kind of tried and tested equipment, and it was a good spend in 2016, but that was 8 years ago. It's just, I'll equate it to the laptop sitting in front of our auditor. It's a piece of electronic equipment. It is not going to last forever. It is going to need, hopefully, piecemeal style replacements, and we're not having to go through and try to build an entire new radio network. If we can modernize some phases of that. I am on the agenda this evening to address the county council to talk about funding for the purchase, but I would be requesting permission to move forward with that step and permission to acquire the equipment under an emergency situation. I did speak with Greg Schneer, and he provided the statutes that I attached to the email that I believe are appropriate. Any delays in this is, the longer we delay it, the more at risk our public is from a public safety standpoint. Even delayed by the week to get here to this meeting has me concerned. We can't have this, we cannot have failures with the fire paging. That's the one thing we do radio communication wise, that's the one that has to work. It is the number one priority for our radio communications network.
So I think I have an understanding of the situation. We basically have equipment that needs to be maintained. We've had failures that due to some of the efforts of the local people, we've minimized any risk we have, but we want to keep that risk as close to zero as we can when it comes to these kind of emergency operations. So I agree with this. One, that we declare this an emergency situation, and we need to make sure that the 911 communication center is always fully operational and prepared to serve the county. So I would approve that moving this forward to the county council to appropriate the emergency funds to get the work done.
A second.
So, is there any other discussion we need to have on this, as far as you're
No.
concerned?
No, I was looking at the warrant.
So you're updating, upgrading,
Replacing and updating.
Equipment on radio communication towers?
Yes, at 3 different tower sites. It would be the Greener Road tower site, the St. Henry tower site, and the Du Bois tower site. Those are the 3 simulcasted tower sites. It's a very complicated radio network, as you can imagine. Would gladly spend time with anybody that wants to ask questions about it from anywhere. But those are the 3 tower sites.
Due to the purchasing requirements, it has to be an emergency situation to buy it like this. But, the motion was to declare this an emergency situation and to support moving the purchase up to the county council for that. So we have a first and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Do we need anything else?
I'll have to reword it, but that's okay. That'll be next week.
I do have more items, miscellaneous items, but I need to use the restroom real quick and then we'll get back to it.
With Greg and the city of Jasper, I'm not going to call him.
Do we have something already?
Not really. Not enough. You would have thought, I would have thought as well. It's all just been kind of confused. There's some. But there's no. Me either. So we're wanting to make some changes. Do those. So this MOU. Chad. Advisory board would be a signer. I would be a signer. Somebody in the city of Jasper, would be a signer. Who would rush the city administrator, would be a signer, and then a state board person.
So maybe Chad as commissioner?
I have a Chad as president of the advisory board.
See, but I don't think the advisory board can be, Gregory knows better than me, but I don't think you have to have the commissioners, because they sign.
They have to sign every MOU, the
They
board of
have to.
commissioners.
They have been lately.
Okay.
I'm just, Gregory knows way better than me.
I know, he knows what I have because he has the documents. I don't know what the city is going to do. I don't know if they're having the board works. We've been waiting on Renee, she's been out for the father house. I think we should, I think we'll be back to the city today. So if they change, we'll watch it.
All right. See if we can knock out the rest of this meeting.
Do you have a list of discussed items?
Yeah.
She does. But we'll get to those in just a moment when they're finished. The first thing up, the next thing up is the Veteran Service Office.
Okay.
Susan Bramlett, she wants to request the office to be closed on June 21st. She has no meetings scheduled with any veterans that day. Mr. Hughes, the assistant in the office, is off that day, and she needs to recertify her credentials and has testing and things to do that day. So I'm in favor of closing the office that day if
That's fine.
you are.
That's fine.
I'll move that we. I'll just wait a second. Thanks. So did you catch any of that? I know you were talking there.
No.
Okay, so I'll just tell you what the motion is. I make a motion that we close the Veteran Service Office on June 21st.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. So yes, if you need to put a reason in there, it's for, just to recertify her credentials. Mr. Hughes is off that day as well, and she doesn't have any meetings.
So Susan requested it be closed.
Yes, and we approved for the June 21st.
So
Also, just another thank you to go out in addition to the one from the construction plan earlier, the risk management meeting. I thought it was really well done. I don't know if you participated, but Marky, Tammy, Tim Lampert, and Jeremy Lee all did a great job with the risk management meetings that we had last week. Talking about training and safety for our employees.
I wish more employees would actually take advantage of going to them.
I thought it was mandatory.
Yeah, well, they don't all come. But, I mean, they do such a great job and they give you a lot of information. I wish more people would take advantage of that.
Come scary.
Yeah. I get when people are on vacation or sick, I get that, but
And I talked to Mr. Rhodes, and there's going to be an opportunity for a makeup session. I don't think we should need one because they had so many sessions already, but.
well, all in one week is, I mean, if you're on vacation, you're on vacation, I get that.
Sure. Okay, my next item up here. Would like to, so we remember, I've brought up multiple times about doing a comprehensive plan for the county, like a 5-year plan. So just as kind of a note, we'll need to put that in our budget for 2025. Okay, the sheriff sent some communications recently about selling and disposing of vehicles. So we made a purchase of some sheriff's department vehicles. For the 4 that we were going to do as a trade-in, we were offered $16,000 total for the 4 vehicles. And the sheriff was asking, hey, can we sell those to another government unit, or can we dispose of those in a different way? Mr. Sheriff Kleinhelter sent me the email from the salesperson from John Jones, and this is what they sent us. So it shows how much they're gonna offer us for each one of these vehicles, the amount of miles that they have. And I'm not a vehicle person, but I would think a vehicle with 70,000 miles of that type in 2019 has a lot more value than this. So I think we could either be a good partner to another unit if they needed it. If, say Pike County Sheriff's Department needed a vehicle, I think I'd feel better about giving it to them for this price and being a good neighbor than giving it to them, to that dealer. Our other option would be we could just outright sell these.
We can do that?
Yeah, we could sell them on our own. And we could put
You wanna try that?
not an auction, I guess, but yeah.
So you wanna sell them to another entity, not individual.
Well, I asked the sheriff, I talked to him again on Friday about it, and he didn't have anything solidified with any other counties that wanted it. So it's not like Crawford County said, yes, I definitely need that Charger, I definitely need this. So it's basically still out in the open. But what I'm saying is our options do include, the law allows for us to sell it in the city of Jasper at a cost. We don't have to go through the same processes with giving it to another unit, but we could also, yes, auction it like we do any other county equipment, if we wanted to do that. So I'm just kind of bringing that up for an information piece only. The cars aren't, they're just kind of sitting there at the moment. I didn't get anything back. Mr. Schneier couldn't give us any, he had started working on an ordinance or a resolution, I guess, saying if we wanted to, say if we did want to give to Pike County. Pike County would have to have a resolution, we'd have to have a resolution that looked matching, saying we are giving it, they're saying they are accepting in the terms, just so that it's all out in the open. But if we did it as a just closed bid, for example, we could do that. We've sold a van and another vehicle for community corrections that way before. Do you have a preference of what you would like to do?
I would try to sell it to the public.
So we don't have anything with John Jones saying we've committed to trade these when we purchased.
We only have what their offer is. So I would say if the sheriff feels strongly about something, if he has a reason, we can still go that way. Otherwise, we can ask Mr. Schneier to write up a legal ad to take close bids on it. Is that kind of what you're
That's
thinking?
fine, that's fine. So at this point, he's not reached out to any of the other counties or anything, has he?
How about the sheriff?
Yeah.
He's been in touch with, I don't remember what he said, what county, but there's been one county that had an interest, but it wasn't finalized. He didn't have anything finalized.
So you're gonna have great work on this.
Right, it's just, they were brought up just for discussion on disposition of 4 surplus sheriff's department vehicles. All right, my next item is the prosecutor is requesting use of the old EMA space for meeting space and potentially for an office at some point. So I bring it up for the board's consideration today.
She the only one so far that's reaching out, wanting that space?
So far, yes.
The last contacted you?
Well, I mean, no, but I haven't really brought it up yet either, but the other thing is, I mean, I said whoever has access, I have to have access into that room because that's where our network stuff is. And sometimes I bring utilities back into the other part, so I've got to have access into there. Whoever has to understand that.
I would say, my opinion is it's a vacant room at this point. There's a meeting room table been put in there. There are chairs. It's good for meeting.
When Community Corrections was getting rid of a conference table and chairs, we took them and stored them because we constantly need more room in this building.
So whenever currently, if somebody wants to use this room or the room downstairs, there's a shared file, and it looks like this, that these that are highlighted or where the prosecutor has used them. So, the one ends here, so this is our meetings, council meetings, sewer district, different people have it out. But they've used it just, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they've used it, multiple times. Previous months, they use it multiple times. And this is April, so it's not like they're using it once a day, every week or something, but they use it somewhat regularly. Part of me would say it makes more sense for them to use this office as often as they could because they're right here. But if they find that I guess my recommendation would be we can give them that space to use, not exclusively. I mean, if Sandy needs to go through, or if something comes up, somebody else could use it. But basically, we would leave it for their use only until such time as something changes. I mean, basically what I don't want to do is say, it's yours, it'll always be yours, nobody else would use it, because what if there's a need?
There's times when people call and this room's full, that room's full, and I gotta put them somewhere else and I don't have a room.
So I mean, at least until something changes, I would say, prosecutor, you can use that meeting area space
And if
as
somebody else,
often as you need, or you can continue to utilize the calendar system for everything.
we could create another calendar for that room down here. Just haven't yet.
Or do you think that's a better way to go, is just add that on, because right now, you said you have, this one's just for the commissioner.
We have,
You also
a we have a shared calendar for this room and one for the one downstairs, not the basement. We could create another one for the basement.
What do you think? Should we just say that's for prosecutor's office use until such time as something changes?
And then if somebody needs it, they have to contact them,
Or do you think it's better to just have another calendar?
to schedule it.
I don't know what one thing's better than another.
But I know that that room down there is locked, so somebody's gonna have to deal with keys.
Yes, sir.
Who uses that space on the first floor all the way in the back? Isn't
That's
that
small
property?
claims.
That's small claims. I think it'd be best to leave it open and let them sign up for it. So, you know, once you give it to them, then it's gonna be tough to get it back. I think it's true, you know, they can sign it into it, and, because if you have a small meeting and something's going on, then you can at least have something else down there.
Well, I know it's time for us to recertify our CPR people, and that's where we trained before, or we come up, you know, it's just, you need different spaces for different things.
True. Since space is at a premium,
And it
you hate to dedicate that to one department at this point.
Is it an issue to do another calendar?
Really, I mean, we're doing what's one more?
And what about the old office as you come in the door there? I mean, why don't we use it, somebody use that possibly?
I think Scott's got storage stuff in there at the moment.
It's just full of chairs and junk right now, and we don't have a need for it.
But again, if somebody had to meet with the client, you know, that's another room that could be utilized. It seems like we're wasting, you know,
Some of our
wasting
resources.
space there.
Now, there is an office down there that if somebody, if they want to meet privately, they could use that, and Tammy's office, there's just not anything in there right now.
Right, down in the basement, you mean, right?
Well, she could have set that office off to that.
And so when a person signs up on the calendar, they could put basement, office space, or meeting room, or whatever space they want to use, because it looks like they have a way to fill in.
I think we probably call it the basement meeting room or something, the big area.
I think that's a fine, at least starting point, just put it on a calendar like the other spaces.
I know it just become, and then they do have access to it, the calendar, we have access to it.
And that includes this one as well, on that, right?
Yes, that calendar you
This
have right
one
there
is
is for this
It
room.
is, okay.
And I always tell them, you guys get precedence, so, you know, it's your meeting room, it's your meeting room.
Right.
But on Friday afternoon, sometimes they have it booked and I can't set up because they're in here.
That's what happened this Friday.
But, I mean, I just wait until they're gone to set up, but
I think that's a fine thing, because
I just don't know how you could do it any other way, to keep it open and just let everybody book.
yeah, like I said, the problem with that room down there is it is closed and locked right now because there is network and stuff down there. You don't want the public going down and getting it.
okay, I think that's a fine step, so I'll share that information.
Get a key that they have it over here.
Gotcha.
They don't have nobody here would have access to that room.
Um,
I would think so.
Nobody should. I mean, I do. I know Scott does, but I don't know.
So who could give them the key to that?
Well, we either have to have one or we have to leave one in this office. So Jolie would.
Do you have one available?
I don't have to get it from Scott.
So Scott has the keys at the end, that he may would just
I
bring back
would
in.
hope, yes.
And kind of that's the other difficulty, you know, with voting, going downstairs all the time, and it's 2 months out of the year that we can't get access to that room.
Yeah, that limits
To
us.
have a smaller meeting room, so that basement would become more valuable.
It will be. It's definitely, because I think probation has like Tuesday evenings, they do classes down there, and during election, they had to move, and it's used more than you think it is. And people are always looking for space.
Yeah, so we're leaving it more wide open this way.
I think it's the best way to do it personally.
I'll work on getting
Works for me. Do you have a list of surplus items that we need to get rid of, that we need to declare? And will you take Commissioner Hofstadter's stuff over and put back in
I
your?
will. I have an EMA has a cabinet for their radio, that the radios used to be on. Against that wall back there. I have 3 computers from the recorder's office. I have your old laptop. I think that's all I got on the surplus list for the moment.
Okay, so we have my old computer, 3 computers from
Recorder,
the recorder, and a
cabinet from EMA.
shelving cabinet from EMA.
Oh, and a small claims chair.
And one chair
Remember,
for
we had 4, then we had 2, then we had 3, now we have the 4th one back. People,
Okay,
they take them and they realize they're crap.
I'd like to say that we declare those items surplus to be disposed of by the auditor or the appropriate.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
So you want me to- That's our network,
Okay.
the license that makes the
The
access
Verizon.
points, everything work. That is a 3-year contract. If you did a 2-year contract, if you did it annually, it would cost us 15 more thousand. So if we do 3 years, we get 1 year basically taken off.
So I asked you some questions on it, you responded.
I had Ron respond to you.
Yeah, and you might as well, or they may have well just said, we have to have it so that it keeps things working and make it items.
Well, it is your subscription and your support for the network, for the access points.
Mhm. So it's a necessary component of it, so do we need to do anything here to approve, and we have the budget
So I'm
for it?
just bringing it to you.
Thank you.
Because when I'm gone, people are gonna have to know these things.
That's right. We're good on that one. What else do you have for us today?
The WIC, we have the lease for the WIC. We've been working on that for almost a year, I think, or over a year.
I read it last night, I don't have a problem with it. Do you have any problems with it, Commissioner? I move that we approve the amended and restated agreement of lease with the, I guess on here, they're officially called St. Mary Ward Hospital Incorporated, doing business as Ascension St. Vincent Ward, but it's known locally as the WIC office.
I had a note from last July, that we were working on this.
So I'll move that we approve this. So you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Do you want this letter for the airport without Nick's signature? Do you want me to continue on? And, because they're gonna come tonight and ask for that, for their thing that's due.
Yes, because they're on the agenda.
I would just put an accent or something there. Yeah, we have to, I think they need it immediately, so we probably just need to give it to them. I don't know what else we should do. And what about the rest of this here? Oh, so this was just stuff that we're over.
You did the treasurers. I did not get a clerk's one.
Do you want this back, the criminal justice item?
Oh, I just wanted you guys to review that.
Okay, we did review the treasurer's monthly report. We reviewed an investigation.
Get that, I don't need that.
Yep.
You wanna keep that, Tom? That's mine either, is it?
I'll take care of those.
I don't want to need.
Do you have anything else?
I will be out most of this week. My daughter's getting married Saturday, so we're leaving town.
Congratulations.
We're leaving town, so I will not be available. We're gonna be gone Wednesday, and I won't get back till Tuesday in the office.
Congratulations, have a wonderful time.
So you're gonna get 4 days worth of work done today, between these meetings and you're all.
You may not get minutes until next week.
That's fine. I don't have any other items. Do you have any other items?
No, what do you have on here for small claims facts on?
Oh, yeah, small claims
I
tax.
think we're in the process of that. There was an EMA, had the fax machine downstairs, and they were using that one. Now they're gone. So we're gonna reuse some lines and get a number.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's in process. I think Small Claims has a machine. It just didn't have a line. So we're working on that, if you're okay with that.
No problem with that.
And I think he told me Friday, there's some numbers available now that we've taken the sheriff department Frontier and merged them into ours. Now we have some numbers available again.
So we pay for a set number.
We had 100 numbers here. They're called DIDs. We had 100 numbers here. Ours were all used. The sheriff had 100 numbers on their service, and now we've merged them, so now we have some of those numbers again.
And like now, we get the numbers from the MA&R in the basement, those have traveled with.
They traveled with them because we're all one system. You pick up this phone and you take it anywhere in our network, it'll still ring to this number. That's the beauty of our new system. So we're adding a new analog line for the fax machine, which isn't a new line. It's new.
We've already
We've already got
the new line is up on the shelf.
Well, we got it. I know it's confusing, but.
So I think that is taken care of. Anything else?
Yep.
Anything from the audience?
No.
All right, we'll close the meeting. Push button. Thank you. That was the fastest 5 hours of my week.
Really?